We have started without sound, I'm sorry. Good morning. Now it works. Welcome to the Sensory and Cognitive Accessibility Workshop that is presented under the logo I Also Enjoy Cultural Heritage. I am José Perez and I manage Heritage Project for the Castile and Leon Regional Government's Department of Culture and Tourism. We have 5 intense hours of learning and exchanging good practices and experiences. Briefly, while everybody is coming to this meeting, I'm going to give you a very general vision of what we're going to see here. Considering the format, it is completely online with in order to adapt to the current actual health situation. We have incorporated all accessible criteria for this kind of events, and we have a sign language interpreter who you are going to see always on the lower side of the screen. This workshop is going to be recorded, so a subtitling will be added later on. We would like you to be participating, so you have an open chat on the right side of the screen. We will try to answer all your questions during the time devoted. So, about this workshop itself, this is one of the activities of the Heritage project that is co-funded by the Creative Europe program. The workshop is designed so we could have a most full vision of how to make accessible for everyone a cultural heritage. For that, we have 4 speakers who are experts of sensory and cognitive accessibility and with the valuable experience of ASPAYM, ASPACE, Valladolid, and Human Evolution Museum, and 7th Audiovisual Communication and Asociación. In the way, Vanesa San Jose is going to be our conductor, but little by little first. For now, and without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Gumersindo Benito, who's the General Director of Cultural Heritage of the Castile and Leon Regional Government's Department of Culture and Tourism. So, Gumersindo, whenever you want, the floor is yours. It seems that we are having a little delay. Don't worry. We know we are connected. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Good morning, Gumersindo. Can you hear me, María José? I can hear you quite well, but with some distance. Well, we have some troubles, technical issues. Yesterday we had some problems with this computer. I don't know if you can hear me well now. Can you hear me? We can hear you clearly, but with some distance. But I think we could follow you. All right. I don't know if you think it's necessary to use some headphones to try to improve this, but this is what happened with technology, right? During the sound test was working very well, and now it didn't work. Yeah, that's right. Don't worry. We have enough time. We have time enough, so don't worry. So just a quick intervention to greet all the participants. To greet all the participants in this workshop. You know what means sensory and cognitive accessibility, that it involves everyone. It involves all the partners of this heritage project that is formed by a Patrimonio Association and the Center in Salzburg, that is an entity, organizing entity of the Movement of Fair in Salzburg, and we also have Spira in this European project. But we also have some partners in Castile and Leon, as Asociación, ASPAYM, Castile and Leon, ASPACE, the Center of Valladolid, down Valladolid, and Human Evolution Museum, and also another entity called 7th Audiovisual Communication. We have these groups of stakeholders that we all collaborate and participate in a common idea, which makes cultural heritage accessible and ready for everyone. In this moment, I would like to greet especially to the international partners who we don't see each other for a long time ago. Me gustaría saludar a nuestros socios internacionales en este momento y darles un gran abrazo a todos ustedes, ya que desde el último encuentro en ULE no hemos tenido la oportunidad de estar juntos otra vez y yo espero que en el futuro próximo podamos tener esta oportunidad para poder encontrarnos de nuevo y continuar trabajando cara a cara. Muchas gracias por uniros hoy a este encuentro y yo espero que esta sesión puede ser beneficiosa para todos. I will also greet all the Spanish partners and colleagues who are working together in this project. Basically, you know that cultural heritage in Castilla and León is a resource of high interest. This is a resource in which we have to work in several lines. Accessibility is the first line. The physical accessibility, it means that it can be the cultural heritage can be accessed by everyone, and it's not we didn't achieve that 100%, but still we have to continue working on sensory accessibility. We cannot leave anybody behind. So everybody must have access to this cultural heritage, and we have to work on it. This is important to not leave anybody behind, not even youngsters, immigrants, and people with diverse disabilities, and everybody should enjoy of cultural heritage. So why? Because heritage helps us to generate identity and opportunities, and also it makes people to collaborate on the creation of this concept that we are lately working on called social welfare, and it means more than economical development, but it's a compound of equal footing and equal footing of culture and economical aspects. This is a more open concept that it was seen lately, more than just an economic opportunity. In order to achieve this global participation situation by everyone in this resource, in this mean the cultural heritage, which involves all the social cultural heritage. So we have to work on the dissemination through the right dissemination channels to get to everyone, and also to work on the accessibility, which is the main topic of this workshop, mainly about sensory and cognitive accessibility. This project, this conference, as Maria José said, it is framed within the Heritage Project that is inside of the Creative Europe program or call, and it also emerges from the connection of several entities that I previously, it was they used to form a previous project called HERIT-US, and it was the one that was joining all the culture, the heritage fair in Europe, and is getting to a group more and more society associations that are managing heritage fairs, and we decided to collaborate all together. So this happened before in the Portugal's Heritage Fair by Espira, and in our fair called ARPA. And so this union, it has been developed through many years. So we decided to create this Iberian ride called ARPA, Iberian Network, and it shows how important is cultural heritage in our countries, in Portugal or Spain. We know by European projects we can generate good dynamics and relationships and good projects, and it can be created through this good relation, right? And Maria José knows that these good connections between partners that really help us to grow and continue working. The Heritage Project has the goal of make culture, raise awareness on culture for everyone, and people also with disabilities or with diverse abilities, and also to make people and professionals sensible that are working on this cultural heritage. So we don't want to show this as for elitist people. It is not just reserved for a few people, but for everyone. Everybody should enjoy of this. This is not just for a small group of people, but for everybody. Basically, if we can comply with these goals, it will mean that we have done a good job. And workshops like this one has this kind of function. I don't want to talk much further, and I want to see what the participants want to say in this workshop. This workshop is going to be conducted by Vanesa San José, as Maria José said, and we will also have Juan Carlos Ramiro, David López, Francisca Rigo, and Antonio Jesus Vega giving speeches here. So I want to thank all the speakers and the conductor partners and participants in this project as stakeholders, and the participants in this workshop as just listeners. So I hope everything is going to work well, and I'm going to be connected. So good luck. Thank you very much. Perfect, Gumersindo. Thank you very much. Yes, I think the idea of having a heritage as something else, and also welfare, social welfare, is very important. It has a more open concept idea. Now we're going to know what's HERIT-US project. Catherine Burnett is the director of the International Projects and Cooperation of the Association Palazzo Spinelli. And organizes the Salon of Art in Florencia. Catherine, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Maria José. My name is Catherine Burnett. As Maria said, I'm the manager of our International Relations Office here at the Institute for Art and Restoration in Palazzo Spinelli in Florence. To begin with, let's start with a short video about what we do. If we can have the video, please. Thank you. So on to the next slide. As you saw, our main activity is teaching students how to restore works of art. And our wider mission is to contribute through direct action and through the training of professionals to education and a conscious use of the artistic and cultural heritage of humanity, developing governance models aimed at increasing a sense of belonging, interest, respect, and awareness of one's own and others' cultures. So the Institute was founded in 1978, a few years after one of the worst natural disasters to ever hit Florence. And in 1966, the Arno River flooded. The whole of the city centre was underwater. So in the next slide, we can see some images from the time with the water flooding over the bridges, the level of the floodwater in the cloister of Santa Croce Church, and also in the main square with the cathedral and the baptistry and the famous shopping street of Via Tornabuoni. Now, in the next slide, we can see all the dirty floodwater damaged so many buildings and their contents, including priceless and irreplaceable works of art. People came to the city from all over the world to help. And therefore, they needed expert training, hence the foundation of Palazzo Spinelli Institute for Art and Restoration. Now, here in the next slide, we can see the Institute now provides a 5-year degree program in restoration of frescoes and stone, a 3-year vocational program in restoration of paper, paintings, stone, fresco, ceramics, and archaeological findings, and also master's courses in heritage management, conservation and restoration, cultural and exhibition events, heritage technologies, museum management, exhibition design, cultural mediation, management and conservation of UNESCO World Heritage. So I'm now on slide 8, please, technical direction. Palazzo Spinelli has grown over the years to become a group of organisations and companies. The Institute has been joined by a not-for-profit association that has run all of our research and development projects since the year 2000, including all of our European projects, such as the HERIT-US platform for cultural access under discussion today, the Florence Art and Restoration Fair, a biennial event for heritage protection since 2008, and the Florence Heritech Conference on the Future of Heritage Science and Technology since 2014. And I might add here that the Florence Art and Restoration Fair and the Heritage Technologies Conference are going online in 2 weeks on the 14th of October. So I hope you'll all be able to join us for those events too. So now I'm on slide 9, please, direction. The Florence Art and Restoration Fair is a founding partner of the first European network of heritage fairs, along with the Iberian Biennial of Cultural Heritage ARPA in Valladolid, the Iberian Biennial in Portugal, and Monumento Salzburg, the Austrian Heritage Fair. These founding partners came together at the end of 2018 and decided to use their collective experience and strengths to create a cultural access project for funding under the culture strand of Creative Europe, the European Commission, administered by the Education, Audiovisual and Culture Executive Agency. The result was the HERIT-US project, Interactive Platform for Cultural Access. So now on slide 10. We are creating a platform online to give the public and cultural operators the opportunity to exchange information in one place and therefore grow their activities on the theme of accessibility in museums and cultural sites. The project is focused in particular on 2 target groups, disengaged young people and people with sensory accessibility needs, so especially seeing, hearing and autistic spectrum. So as I said, moving on to the next slide, the project was launched by the founding partners of the European Network of Heritage Fairs as part of the network's mission of creating exchange and development synergies. The project was accepted and is due to receive 60% funding from the European Commission. On to the next slide. The aim of the HERIT-US project is to develop and implement competences for sector operators and potential users of cultural heritage. So in the two main categories, so the disengaged young people, 18 to 24, more or less, and people with sensory accessibility needs. So on to the next slide. The project wants to make the community the protagonist and reach citizens who have been perhaps put off by elitist cultural practices. And the democratization of access to heritage is the founding principle. On to the next slide. The project aims to develop new audiences in these categories in order to promote an innovative perceptual approach to the infinite benefits of awareness of our collective surroundings. So we are trying to engage with the public and with people already working in museums and historical sites so that we can identify effective practices and share them, leading to capacity building in training and education. Next slide, please. The expected outcomes of the project are the raised awareness of cultural operators on inclusion and participatory techniques, the raised awareness of facilitators of cultural and educational heritage, the ongoing debate about inclusion regarding heritage, and the sharing of effective practice. Next slide, please. The first stage of the project was a context analysis of the 4 partner countries, during which the partners drafted a questionnaire to stakeholders and end users in order to create the best outreach events at each partner's respective heritage fairs. The two-way exchange of the questionnaire allowed the audiences to get more involved in the project and the inclusion issue that the project is trying to tackle. The events were then meant to be staged at the heritage fairs and events in Austria, Italy, Portugal, and Spain, with a view to collecting more feedback from the stakeholders and audiences before loading the best practices and initiatives onto the project's interactive platform. The global pandemic modified our plans slightly, and only Austria, in fact, was able to stage their events in person before we all went into quarantine in March. So we're here now online with our Spanish partner, and Italy's events will also be online too. But hopefully by spring next year, we will still be able to proceed with the testing phase of the platform with our stakeholders before the public launch in Portugal in autumn 2021 edition of the Iberian Biennial for Cultural Heritage, to which, of course, you are all also invited. So next slide, please. I'd like to talk a little bit more about the platform itself. It will be divided into 5 categories to distribute the identified best practices in the most logical and user-friendly way. And the categories we're working with at the minute are the scientific research, new technologies, education and training, cultural mediation, audience outreach and development. And the platform may also contain examples of artistic performances, accessibility in museums, technologies, techniques, allowing it to become an effective toolkit for cultural operators and audiences. And I'll leave my colleague Michael to talk about that a little bit more from the Austrian partner. So on to the next slide, please. I'll talk now about the stakeholders that Palazzo Spinelli has been working with here in Italy. So far, we've been working with the Autism Association of Florence, Centro Casa d'Asse, the Abilità Association from Milan, l'Immaginario Cultural Association, which develops projects in museums, the Italian Union for the Blind and Partially Sighted, the Omero Tactile Museum in Ancona, and the National Roman Museum in Rome. Now, the role of the stakeholders in this project is to share their experience and provide examples of their own successful activities, giving advice on the scientific direction of the project to obtain the best results possible in the online platform for good practices. So, for example, among their many activities, the Autism Association in Florence, in collaboration with l'Immaginario Association, has launched a training course for operators of cultural heritage and educators for autistic spectrum visitors, called L'Arte Risveglia l'Anima, or Art Awakens the Soul, which was very well received and regarded. And now the Omero Tactile Museum in Ancona, first conceived by the Italian Union for Blind and Partially Sighted in 1993, has been in new enlarged premises since 2012 with a permanent collection for visitors with a visual disability. And we've also been delighted by the input and support of l'Abilità Association in Milan, which supports families of children with disabilities, guaranteeing their right to education in all its forms. And last but certainly not least, the National Roman Museum is very active in launching projects on our accessibility theme, such as Il Museo Parla con te, the museum speaks to you, a series of workshops for hearing impaired, as well as tactile books on the museum's heritage. So on to the next slide, please. More detailed information about our stakeholders' activities will be presented during the HERIT-US project's events in Florence, but obviously held online, during the online Florence Art and Restoration Fair as part of the conference Easy Access, Sensory Pathways in Museums and Heritage Sites, and also during the Heritage in Action seminar on the 23rd of October with the conference Youth Audience Development, How and Why. So that comes to the end of my intervention. So thank you all for your attention. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us through our social media channels and email for any questions you might have. Special thanks to the Junta of Castilla y León and the General Director Gumersindo Bueno, Benito, Jesus del Val and Maria José Pérez for all their hard work in organising the participatory activities yesterday and this conference this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I'm sorry for the delay on the presentation at the beginning. I'm very sorry for the delay, and it was increasing through the slides until the end. I'm sorry to the audience as well. This is the typical issues of a live event, but we're getting used to that. I hope it's not being such a big issue to continue to follow the Catherine's presentation. Now, we're going to listen to Michael Schweigebauer. He is the assistant of the project management of the company Mesecentrum Salzburg, organizer of the Movement Fair in Salzburgo. Michael,
please, the floor
por
is
favor,
yours.
su turno.
Vamos a ver si encontramos a
Let's see if we
Michael.
can find Michael.
Le tenemos en el backstage.
He is in the backstage.
Michael, welcome,
Morning.
Michael.
Hello,
The floor
hello
is yours.
everybody. Warmly welcome to Salzburg, to the city of Salzburg in Austria. I'm proud to take part at the seminar today. Thank you, Maria José, for introducing us, and thank you very much, Catherine Burnett, for bringing us the project before the HERIT-US and all the explanations about it. We're very proud to be part of an international project. We never did a kind of this before. as we are classical exhibition and congress center in the heart of Europe. And I will give you a short overview now what we're doing, who we are, and where are we settled, and what is our part of the HERIT-US project. So I hope it works with the screen sharing. Well, my job at the Salzburg Exhibition and Congress Center is actually the job of a project manager. So we're organizing fairs and congresses. We have around 600,000 visitors a year at our exhibition center and congress, and we're settled directly in the heart of Europe, in the west of Austria, near to the borders of Germany and Czechia. Salzburg is also a UNESCO World Cultural Heritage Site, and we're proud to tell the world that Mozart is from Salzburg. We have the Salzburg Festival, and of course our many magnificent sites around the old town of Salzburg. Let's give you a short overview about our exhibition center. So we have 10 multifunctional halls with more than 39,000 square meters and an outdoor area of more than 21,000 square meters and at least 21 congress rooms. So we're very proud to can host events of any kind they should be. So we go on to the next slide. So that's some events we host and organize with my team together. So we're a team of, for our organizing fairs on our own, we have 5 people in our office and additional 3 people helping us with all the service. And so these fairs we organize on our own. And it's first of all, of course, the monumental Salzburg Heritage Fair as part of the founders of the HERI Fairs platform and of the HERIT-US project. We're doing a car fair, a garden fair, culinary fairs, and in 2 weeks we will host the Classic Expo, an old-timer fair specialized on old cars and motorized cycles. So you see we have a broad different kinds of events we organize and do. Well, we were proud and to be the only one until now to host our outreach events connected to the HERIT-US project in March on the Monumento. Like an example, this is the project you see, like we had some key speaker like Magister Christoph Schlick with the working title, How Do I Achieve Cognitive and Sensory Accessibility for Young People for Cultural Using of the Medium of Film. So they are the keynotes were connected to our HERIT-US project and will be implemented in the mentioned platform we just implement at the moment and do on for the HERIT-US project. So there we are. It's our part at the moment of the HERIT-US project is to build the multilingual interactive platform that everything works out with uploading, downloading to organize the registration and to get the platform working until until March next year. Well, I hope I could give you a short overview on what we're doing and what we are. These are some pictures from our grand opening from the Monumento with the ministry on the left side in the middle with the Ministry for Cultural in Austria. So I would say thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for your audience. I wish you all the best for the upcoming events and keynotes. And thank you very much, Maria José, to make it all possible. Thank you, Gumersindo, for your speech before. Thank you, Catherine Burnett, and all our partners. We're very proud to be in an international project with you as an exhibition center. We are not experts in heritage, but we learn every day, and we're very proud to be part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael, for your words. And of course that you are completely involved in this project, and this Monumento Salzburg event fair is going to be successful. It's a pleasure to be with you in this project. So now we're going to talk to hear the speech of Catarina Valença Gonçalves, who is the founder of Espira and the PT Heritage Organizing. Today, Catarina couldn't connect today because he couldn't be on live due to another event, but he has recorded her presentation. So now we are going to see Catarina Gonçalves' presentation. Let's watch the video. Hello.
Hello, my name is Catarina. I'm the responsible of SPIDA, Heritage Revitalization Company. We are based in Portugal, in Alentejo region, the southern region of Portugal, and we participate very gladly in this project of HERIT-US. We are responsible for the inquiries that we are undertaking regarding all the partners and possible partners of this project. We aim to gather information about work from cultural institutions, either public or private or non-profit, with young people regarding accessibility to heritage, not only cognitive accessibility, but also physical accessibility. The work of SPIDA is mainly focused on guaranteeing that everyone has access to heritage, despite his background, social, economic, or cultural background, or even geographical background. And so these inquiries that we are undertaking in the project HERIT-US try to give us the information about how it is to work with young people and their difficulties regarding accessibility to heritage. The results of this inquiry that is still going on are not surprising, in the sense that there are not so many institutions, public, private, or non-profit, that work with young people meaning from 15 to 24 years old. And that is because, as you know, teenagers are the dark side of childhood, and so it's not easy at all to, or at least we adults, and even in the cultural field, we don't have the tools yet to gain this audience. It is a fundamental audience because it's in these ages where they start to choose by themselves that either they are related or they create a relationship with heritage. Otherwise, we will lose them when they will get older. And not only that, but also the freshness of their thoughts are very interesting and would be very enriching towards the development of cultural heritage. So that's what we are doing in terms of HERIT-US. Actually, it's just the following, the follow-up of the normal work of SPIDA. As I said, we are based in the southern region of Portugal. We are based in one of the poorest regions of Portugal, in a small community that has less than 1,000 inhabitants. And we work with getting closer people with heritage, not only in activities with kids and with young people, but also in touring activities. Also in the communication activity, we are the responsibles for the Heritage Fair in Portugal, and also for, and very proudly also for the newspaper of heritage in Portugal called Patrimonio.pt. So what we expect from this experience of HERIT-US, that has been a very enriching experience, is not only to contribute with information and namely regarding this inquiry process, but also of course to enrich ourselves with the experience of the partners and of other stakeholders that are taking part in the project. Regarding our participation, it will end with the Heritage Fair in Portugal in 2021, October 2021. the theme of that Heritage Fair is Youth and Heritage, and the results of HERIT-US will be presented at that fair with an international talk, and I do hope that we can see all of you there. I also hope that everyone continues to try to work with the teenagers and with young people regarding heritage. They are an exciting target group, apparently difficult, but I really don't believe that. I just think we just have to remember what it is to have 15, 16, and 17. Perhaps some of us would prefer to have that age, and that's it. So we are very pleased to work in HERIT-US. It's our first Creative Europe experience, and we do hope that it's the first of a long list of projects in this field. Thank you so much.
Well, now we have heard all the partners of this project, and now you already know a bit about what this project is about. So now let's go into the topic. So I'm going to introduce you to Vanesa San Jose, who's an expert of accessibility and inclusion, and is related all her career to support and attention to people with all disabilities, therapeutic, educational, and social disabilities, and responsible of accessibility and inclusion in Madrid Destino. That is a company that works through the culture and sport department of the Madrid City Hall. Vanesa, it was a pleasure to meet you here, and I'm sorry for some minutes of delay, but I hope we can regain those minutes. So let's go for it. Hello, good morning. Thank you, Maria Jose. It's a pleasure being here with you. First of all, I would like to thank to all the participants and to all the people who had this intuition to come here and participate with us in order to continue improving or learn how to continue improving about the inclusion and accessibility aspects of the different projects. Also, I'm sorry about the technical issues we are having now, and I hope we're going to keep solving them through the coming minutes. I would also like to say and thank especially to the Castilla and Leon regional government for counting with me and with to come here and conduct this event. And today I'm not coming as an administration, as a public administration representative, but as one expert more here who is expertise is in accessibility and inclusion. My intention is to have this space for you to learn about tools, guidelines, and also learn about things that we need to improve, as for example, this lack of subtitling in this live event, but of course is going to be included later on. That's why we're here, to learn and continue learning, including public administration, and also to highlight the importance of participating in counseling of experts on accessibility and disabilities. I don't want to talk much more about this, but I would really like to show my presentation. So I have it right here. Can you please, producers, just there you go. Thank you. Perfect. Now I go here. You can see in this case, I would like to frame during the coming minutes the importance of accessibility as a transversal access through all the activities that are being developed from the administration, public administration, and private companies, aimed at integrating and including everybody as they are equal footing citizens. So we're going to talk a bit about universal accessibility as a transversal access, and then later two of our partners are going to introduce us to their good practices. This is going to be this dynamic about. You know that our cultural heritage is our cultural heritage. Therefore, we should enjoy it, or actually it was made to be enjoyed by everybody who wants to use or visit. So this is a heritage, so everybody should have everybody has the right to participate in this enjoyment, no matter of the support we need to access this heritage. The culture and leisure activities are basic pillars of our society. So
we really need to be able to access it. So it happens that in some cases, it can be for reasons of age or disabilities or any other reason, we cannot enjoy it, or we cannot carry this project with all the guarantees of autonomy or equal footing as it should be. So this is our reflection, right? The way we should go and the goals we should achieve in order to include accessibility to all our heritage projects. Through a long time, we have seen how accessibility have been considered as something for the minority, but we want to show you that this should be seen as a part of the human existence, since there, at that moment, back in the past, people couldn't really understand why or what kind of necessities they had to access different activities as part of the society. So we didn't really think about that way. But it is true that lately it was seen and it was considered all the visible aspects of these kind of accessibility problems, in which we could delete all the architectural barriers, but that was not enough, since it was still many people with a lot of necessities, and they were still out of the society. Therefore, the universal society want or pretend to have have a tool as for all these spaces, having these tools to make it easier and accessible to include everyone, so everybody can feel these tools can be comprehensible, usable, and practicable, so everybody can have these safe conditions and in a more autonomous way to make it more comfortable and natural as possible. Everybody has the right to participate in our country heritage, so we should do it in the most autonomous way, so we could decide how to get there, or in which way, which means we could use together. It's true, we have to include the universal design for everyone, so everybody can use these the same elements through this universal design. It's true that at some moments, mainly in any matter related to heritage and physical accessibility and how to improve environments as heritage, as old buildings, part of our heritage, so that can be complex, right? So that's why we have this figure that is how to adjust and make flexible all these tools to make it easier to everybody to participate. This is the definition that appears in law regarding the people with disability and accessibility for them in 2013. And it was included a law for all the buildings, public buildings and private buildings, to make it accessible for everyone and all the contents in those buildings. And this law was made in 2017, but we still have a long way to go. So what's important about which people needs to have accessible places, but actually all of us, we have different kind of support in our lives, all of us through our lives. So everybody, for example, who comes to our performances as tourists or migrants, to our concerts, all our workers also, including people with disabilities, inside our working plans, but all the accessibility plans are focused for everybody, including intellectual and cognitive disabilities, but also the elderly people. It's not just this is not launched just for people with disability. with some kind of like certification, but also includes everybody. For example, myself, if I take off my glasses, it would be very hard for me to drive. So I don't have any kind of certificate that says that I have a disability, but I actually have it. So this is very important to include everybody as the elderly people, since they have some kind of physical disabilities and cognitive disabilities, since that can change and they will require some accessibility. So remember that we are talking about the heritage, cultural heritage. So a lot of tourists come here to visit our culture, to be part of it, so to enjoy it. So many people do not know our language. That's why we need accessibility also for them as a tool to make it more desirable for everybody and to include everybody also. It is true that people with disabilities can be disadvantaged, since they could need more specific measurements in some cases in order to interact with the environment in equal footing and with the same opportunities as all the other participants. That's why we need to continue through this model. As I told you, it changed previously, this model, since disabilities was understood as something, as a disease, and that's not true. The people with disability, they are not sick people, and now it has changed in a way that now we have to see this model as a way that this person has some different support necessities, so the environment has to adapt to this person with disabilities. So it's not the person who is disabled, but the environment who is disabling this person. Therefore, if we change this model, everybody could be able to participate as all the other citizens. As we saw in this model, we changed from this exclusion and have people with disabilities enclosed, so people couldn't see them. I'm not really talking so far away, like, but luckily this has been changing lately. And now it changed to segregation and integration. So we were including people with disabilities inside the society, but they were still enclosed. So that's not the reality. Actually, we have to try an inclusion and normalization of people with disabilities, since everybody has to be part of our society with full rights. So the idea we should keep in our minds is that we should not need this kind of workshop or talk about these kind of matters, since it's so normalized that we should not need to talk about this. So everybody with all kind of disabilities could feel part of it, and if we have all the correct adaptations, we will not need to talk about inclusion because they are already included, so it will be normalized. Oops, sorry, it went back. So they have full rights. I'm sorry. Okay, now. So what are the keystones? It is obvious that accessibility is a right, and it's not even a right, but it's a legal right. There is a lot of law, like state law and regional laws, and that is boosting these new measurements. Therefore, it makes people and the public entity, the administration, knows that it's a right for everybody, not for a minority. It is obvious that this minority, it forms, this is a 2007 data, but they are more than 9% of the population who have disability. Therefore, this means law, it is required for inclusion and equal footing for everyone. And this is also opportunity for people for companies to grow, to have better companies and to open new companies, to have new ideas. So this can be opportunity to make this sector growing and help you understand that when you include accessibility within the projects, we are guaranteeing quality in our touristic offer and cultural offer. Therefore, it helps people to get to more people and improves our reputation in our agenda for 2020 and RSC and all the company law, and it improves our reputation and for the ODS. But the keystone here is to make everybody understand that the projects have to include everybody. It's not just about improving our reputation, but we should do that since Europe is putting some pressure on us to help us be more accessible for everybody. It is obvious that not any solution can be useful, since we need to look for the dignity and autonomy. Please, we should. It's not just about enabling physical accesses, but sometimes the solutions are not really complex, or even they are not so expensive. But we have to understand that accessibility is not a big expense. Accessibility is an investment, since it has to get to everybody. Therefore, these requirements, these accessibility measurements, are not really coming just because, but they are established because they are an answer of the users' requirements. So, talking about starting this new block of presentations, we want to talk about the good practices coming from our partners. So let's see, I'm going to go out of the presentation. So, sorry, I couldn't see myself. I'm going to introduce right now to two partners. One of them is ASPAYM, who's going to talk about the good practices, and ASPACE. I want to pass the floor to Nélida Díaz de la Mata, who is the Society of Development for Youngsters in ASPAYM in Castilla y León, who is working with people with disabilities in general and with spinal injuries specifically. She is developing different Erasmus projects, K1, K2, including accessibility and for people with any disability. And she's also coordinating and carrying different activities and projects for accessibility and people with disabilities for different kind of educational contexts. Good morning, Nélida. Good morning. Since we are a little bit late, so the floor is yours. So please let us know what you want to talk about.
First of all, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank for the possibility to participate, to engage in these conferences. I would like to thank the organization, especially to Maria José for her availability in the previous days, so that everything comes out right. It is a pleasure for me to be here in order for me to describe our experience in ASPAYM León. And to do that, I would like to briefly tell you what we are doing at ASPAYM. In ASPAYM, we work to improve the quality of people with disabilities, as well as to promote the inclusion of people with or without disabilities. Right now, we have different centers spread around about Castilla y León. You can see the number, the exact number of partners in Castilla y León. We have 33 workers, 300, sorry. And from the associative movement, we're trying to promote, the active participation, inclusion of under 3-year-old young people through sporting and cultural actions. And through this department, we use the program Erasmus Plus to develop these strategies. I'm going to talk describe two projects, K2 about the innovative techniques to disseminate, the property of a heritage, and K1, who was developed in 2019. The Gincana 5.0 project aims at increasing the education on heritage for young people, especially for those with fewer opportunities through gamification. And so we're trying to develop, innovative actions in order for them to gain knowledge about heritage. The intellectual, we are using an app, mobile phone app with Android operation system that actually contains a game with different 7 routes and the gymkhana for youngsters workers. All the intellectual production will be translated into the 5 languages of countries participating in this project. We are trying to actually gather all the raising awareness characteristics so that it reaches the largest number of possible people. You can see these images, some examples of the application. We are trying to integrate the largest number of awareness raising tools. And in order to do that, we took into account the different applications, disabilities. For example, here you can see the background in black and white for people with those type of disabilities. Also, we try, according to the different disabilities, trying to make the simplest possible content for people. And the game is about overcoming or answering different questions. There is a right question, 4 answers, and 3 are the wrong answers. If you don't know the right answer, you try until finally you actually provide the right one. On the other hand, and because the physical disabilities, we are developing the app to be used and the device either in vertical position as well as a horizontal position. And also includes tests, contents according to the hearing disability. So it is a very complex, very throughout the project in order to include all the possible accessibilities tools. Now, I would like to tell you briefly about the Summer Festival, International Summer Festival, which was an exchange developed back in 2019, aimed at including the inclusion of European youngsters, regardless their different realities, as well to increase engagement of youngsters, as well as the European heritage. Some of the specific aims were about, developing competence of youngsters to promote, the cultural and development and exchange and cooperation. The project aimed at exchanging to work knowledge about cultural heritage of each country belonging to the project through the participation, active youngster participation. Each country was protagonist every day according to their religion, culture, aspects, etc. All they considered as necessary in order to describe the country. You can see the different countries participated in the country: Spain, Portugal, Turkey, Romania, and Polish. And there were 76 participants. Now, I'm going to show you the planning activity agenda so that you can see how it was organized. As I told you before, every day each country played the main role, and they had to describe their objectives, their aims, what they work for, how they work, an explanation about traditions, cultures, religion, history, as well as any other aspects that they consider as important. Also followed by the typical games of each country and a surprising activity that after the activities each day, we finish off with the intercultural night with the theme of each country or each country theme. You can see here some of the pictures taken during the activities, during the exchange. Something that is very essential for us to tell you that with this project, not only with this project, but with all the activities carried out by ASPAYM, we try to promote inclusive activities. That means it's not about carrying out activities for people with disabilities, but also to develop activities that are inclusive activities for young people with and without disabilities, which is the key point here. You can see here in these images where people, the center, where people were there. This is the Bosques of the Sueños, the Dream Forest, which is a complex of cabins located in León, which is fully accessible from the outdoor and the indoor cabins. And it belongs to ASPAYM and is the one we use in order to carry out this type of activities. On the other hand, which is also very important for us, to mention is that in order for us to develop these type of activities and to be fully accessible and adapted, we always rely on the personal assistance. Because first, this is a tool that allows all the people, youngsters with disabilities, to fully participate, and are accessible for them. So far, you can see you have been able to see all the activities adapted to different disabilities. That means that one of the main signs of ASPAYM is to improve the quality of life of people with physical disabilities, but of course we also take into account and we work in general with any type of disabilities. And therefore, our activities that we're taking into account not only that the complex needed to be adapted, but also the activities and contents as well should be accessible to any type of people. And this is my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. And if you have any doubt, I'm here for you, fully available to listen to you and to answer any question. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Nélida. It was very interesting what you were talking about the inclusive activities. If there is someone who has any kind of question, please, you can incorporate those in the chat. So in the debate time that we'll have later, we could give answers, we could answer them. So please, Nélida, stay close and my colleagues will tell you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I would like to pass the floor to Darío Álvarez. Darío, he's the architect and the director of the Superior Architectural School in Valladolid, and he's also founder of ASPAYM in Valladolid, who has activities for people with brain palsy, and it was created in 1999, and he was secretary of this entity until 2018, and right now he's coordinating ASPACE and counseling the meeting of ASPACE. Good morning, Vanessa. Good morning. It's a pleasure being here with you, and I would like to thank for my presentation and talk about our good practices as something we could provide to a world of disabilities. Thank you very much. We are so happy to have you here, so the floor is yours. Very well. Yes, the presentation.
Vanessa?
Vanessa? Vanessa, can you see the presentation? Now we can see the document in the PPT. Can you please show again the presentation, but open? Yes, I was asking you if you could see it. Yes, we could see that, but then we could see just the PPT. Can you please try to put it back? Okay. Now, let me see. Yes. Yes, that's correct. Okay. So I'm going to briefly present two good practices, two projects that we are holding since a couple of years ago from ASPACE Valladolid. This is the Center of Brain Palsy, in which we create since 20 years ago, 1999. This is a center I helped building with people with our team 15 years ago, and where we developed the activities I'm going to talk about, the projects. The first project is we incorporate in this project 10 years ago. It's called Miradas, Lookings, and it's a way to mix classic music and disabilities, and it's carried by the Fundación Siglo, and is related to Miguel Delibes auditory. This activity has been developed for 20 years, and in which different musicians from the Castilla and Leon Orchestra, with a highly prestige, they have organized even every 2-3 weeks in ASPACE Valladolid many activities. We started some years ago with some musicians playing the cello, and they were going to conduct these workshops in our educational rooms, in our centers for people in the day facilities. As you can see, there are people with several severe disabilities, but everybody was participating, and all the workers from ASPACE were working, very interested and very happy to join them. So we could take these pictures of seeing this participant who was the director of the orchestra and who had a severe brain palsy. And you can also see this guy taking the cello, trying to play together with the musician, and all these emotions that are exploding and are coming out through music, classic music. And during these years, a lot of musicians came playing the winds or percussion, and they could interact in a very direct way and fully participation with all the users and workers. And it became more like a big family, music family, in which music was part of the facilities, and it was helping the integration and the participation, in which many people who had severe disabilities and intellectual and cognitive disabilities could enjoy concerts, who were participating, these users' families, and also the children who were also enjoying with music. And we could even have the visit of David Burlay, who is the director of the Orchestra of Castilla and Leon, and he conducted a workshop with our users, and that was amazing having such a musician with us. At the end of each course, each school year, we were holding an event in which the people working in ASPACE and other organizations and students from another schools and participants were collaborating in this big musical party, in which our main characters were our users. So it was amazing seeing our friends and all these persons with disabilities being the main characters of classic music. The second project, excuse me, I want to introduce you is our own project, and actually is my own initiative as a funding partner of ASPACE through many years, called Art and ASPACE. It started in 2005, and it was the same year in which we built this facility, and at the moment we developed a series of activities related to art in many different matters, and it was concluding always in an exhibition and on Christmas time. And you can see some pictures of all the presentations, exhibitions. You can see politicians and a very important person, the writer Gustavo Martín Marto, who was collaborating with us, famous and important people for us. And here it was collecting more than 120 pieces of art from many different artists, and these are developed from part of the workers of ASPACE, and it includes everybody, users with brain palsy, the workers, the guest artists. And we usually hold these kind of workshops before the exhibitions. This, for example, this one that we can see here was part of the called Labyrinth, and here a lot of interactions could take place from the artists, the users, families, and it could create very beautiful events, beautiful times. In this year, we were working on the concept of everybody are different, everybody are the same, and it has to be, it has something to do with disabilities, and it related to Andy Warhol, as for example, being represented by Marilyn Monroe and Betsy Tan. That is the same picture with different colors. Or this also shows very famous people related to art, modern and contemporary, and from Eastern and Western art. Well, we could create a mural art in which people with disabilities and families and artists could work together. And we created these small pieces of art in which there is a great fusion of disability, in this case brain palsy, that is ligated to the way of producing art from parts of the users. And also we also have an amazing project related to the Beatles called Octopus Garden, because of the birthday of one of the singers, and it helped us to create a very magical space in which everybody was being very creative, and they were creating, for example, as Kagas, black a scene with many colors, with dark backs, and it was kind of like a simulation to the Beatles submarine. So it was like a recreation of the under the sea submarines regarding the Beatles. Two of the workshops, two of the facilities, two of the parts of this facility that we made, it was regarding to Japanese gardens, since I am one of the managers and I am an expert on this, and we were creating these very conceptual gardens, but it has a lot to do with memory and time and history. These rocks looks like very old pieces, or like people navigating through this kind of stony landscape. And you could see here, as you can see, I was collaborating as well. I was placing one of the pieces, creating spaces in which every family and worker and user can live a little bit of the memory. They were by creating their own islands. Some of them you can see they're more elaborated ones, but some others are more like intuitive creations, as they were giving the memories away. Or you can see the pictures of one of the children who were playing there, or landscapes, and it was part of the personal islands of their own memories, as part of the collective landscape, as a artistic memory of our association, ASPACE in Valladolid. And also, I'm going to finish with this project. One of the workshops that for me was the most emotional project, when we were holding the annual celebration, and it was called Garden Point 10, and it was regarding about digital and communication and informational, and we were based on a piece and a sculpture that is mine, and it's a hand as the heart of the ASPAYM in Valladolid, and identifies the center is the representation of our societies, and we pretended to create similar pieces made out of plastic, and we were gluing all the news regarding ASPACE through all these hands. So we were making memories actually by gluing in an artificial way all the graphic information related to ASPACE. So everybody, family, users with disability, everybody could create a memory garden through these 10 years, because it was like the anniversary of our association. As you can see here in this video. The result were some pieces of art in which there were artists' pieces of art, and these also are projects coming from users and families. It was amazing. We really enjoyed it so much, and we were able to hold these when we could put all of them together, building this memory garden with all these bubble paths and paper paths, and it was an amazing result in which it was. We could show this as an exhibition in other museums as part of ASPACE Valladolid projects. This is very important to highlight, since this is a very participational project, not only for people with disabilities, but also for families and workers and artists. Here, this image, you can see beautiful image where you can see the history of ASPACE, and is overlapping the different images as part of the hand of ASPACE, and how happy people were when we were having this new exhibition as part of our project, and everybody was taking walks around, even old people who were, the elderly people who were telling me, this reminds me of my childhood, coming back to a magical place that I lost. I think that's something we could will achieve year by year with this project, Art Espace, with these facilities of integration of art and disabilities that are absolutely collective and participative as the base of our association future and the society. I don't want to finish my presentation without acknowledging to everybody who had we had lost, and mainly the last one who passed away last week. And here is Alicia enjoying one of our workshops, in which the musicians of Castilla and León Orchestra was taking part. So for her and all the other people who passed away, I want to dedicate this presentation to them. Thank you very much. Amazing, placing value artists with disabilities and making people see that they can really do it, and they are real artists. We are empowering them, right, through art, through the art. That's amazing, very good. Thank you very much. I would say the same as Nélida. Maybe one of our participants would like to ask any questions. So can you, so through the debate in the next table, maybe we can contact you again so you can answer some of the questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Bueno, y continuamos con la jornada. Vamos con un poquito de retraso. Voy a intentar acortar este tiempo de retraso lo máximo que pueda. Por favor, ponedme la presentación. Y la tengo compartida, ¿verdad? Eso es. Vale, yo ya le tengo a mi presentación aquí. Bueno, empezamos con la primera mesa. Ya sabéis que esta jornada va dirigida para entrar un poco en profundidad en lo que es la accesibilidad cognitiva y la accesibilidad sensorial. Para ello y para entrar en esa profundidad, nuestros ponentes, expertos profesionales del sector de la accesibilidad, de la inclusión, con largas trayectorias trabajando o bien en movimiento asociativo o bien desde empresas ligadas a
linked to accessibility. They will tell us about a little bit more. So next, Juan Carlos Ramiro will participate. We talk about, make his presentation. Now I will give you would like to give you some context. What is cognitive accessibility? Because accessibility more or less sounds familiar. For example, barriers, ramps are used for people to access. But what is cognitive accessibility? Perhaps this is very important because cognitive accessibility allows us to understand the information in our environment. In order for us to move about, and so we need to understand and also to understand information in order to answer to these questions. So we need to control, the communication to carry out some activities. David Lopez is going to explain clearly, but again, cognitive accessibility is necessary, again, to avoid discrimination by age, disability, or cognitive disabilities. As I said before, and throughout life, our cognitive capacity ability is changing, so all of us are subject to incorporate this type of measures. I would like to introduce or present or describe, the cognitive accessibility by watching this video. Please, organization. I recognize myself. Do you recognize how acknowledge how important it is, the accessibility, in order to know where information when it comes to know where you want to go, not only visual disability, but any type of screen sensitive touch measures for, of course, deaf and blind impairments, the importance of providing support, visual support in different places where we are, and also because cognitive accessibility might not be familiar, but we are surrounded by this accessibility, cognitive accessibility. For example, when you go to the airport, you can see all the icons that tells you where to go. These are the so-called universal icons, because when you go to an airport, for example, passengers come from different parts of the world and they use a different language. So these icons they need to be universal for all these tourists and passengers. Otherwise, you know, they will actually face many difficulties. We actually fed up. I mean, we have many traffic signs, and so for example, the cleaning instructions label. You know, if you can wash them out, ironing or not, and all the iconography icons, you know, and the social network that tell you, for example, Facebook, and we know what the icon for Facebook is, and just by looking at it at a glance, you can tell actually if you see the background in blue, you know that you by clicking on it, you can access Facebook. So again, the cognitive accessibility is much more incorporated than we think. However, we need to incorporate it in cross environments. So we know what is universal sorrow and cognitive accessibilities. But now, how do we actually include this? How do we incorporate it? We talk about including the barriers removal, and now it's mostly seen in heritage. And again, these accessibility, sensory accessibility measures have been applied to the content adaptation. However, people with disabilities, not only people with disabilities, but anybody can actually go through this type of content adaptation. So, for example, if I'm a person, a blind person, and I can see that, for example, you know, my theater, you know, there is a play that I'm very interested in and I want to go. But if I see that the remaining elements around the play, for example, communication, previous information, accesses are adapted, and the rest of the elements are adapted, those are actually the invitation, the inclusion, though, leads to the full inclusion of anybody. You should know that we need to include the accessibility perspective in a cross-cutting way when it comes to do anything from scratch, by looking at it like what are the needs for the different people in order to meet those needs and to provide the adaptation tools in order for them to participate. And this is what we call the accessibility chain. From our experience, cultural experience, when we decide to attend any cultural event or visit any museum or just sightseeing any monument, it's not only when we go there, you know, it starts actually much earlier when we leave our house, even when we realize that there is the possibility, the chance to visit any place. So from the moment we buy the ticket, that should be done through accessible mechanisms until we return. We need to return it on equal footing, I mean, with the same quality and the same safety sense of safety. That is a main issue and vital. So all the professionals need to be committed to professionals that actually deal with any project, any event, anything that is subject to the participation of anybody. So therefore, I don't want to carry on. We should actually emphasize how important is communication and information, the dissemination of accessible information previous to the activity, but also any information that is gathered through the action with the notes for those people who need support. Of course, tickets, sell tickets, you know, and a box office or online sale, the accessible routes for people with reduced mobility, with a wheelchair of the guiding dog. That should actually allow them to reach any place, a parking lot, the cafeteria, the room where they're going to watch the play, all this science technology, which our next speaker will talk about, Juan Carlos Ramiro. How important it is to adapt to the different contents, and if we have time, we will see in more detail later on. And the second panel speakers will talk about this. Again, it's very important to actually include the accessibility at the end of the activity, meaning the activity, accessibility is not how you go in, but also how you go out. So, without any delay, I will give the floor to our speaker, Juan Carlos Ramírez Iglesias. He is the Chief Executive of AISTE, who is a company that is a college company for accessibility, the Vice President of the Social Technology. He has a degree, a law degree, and also a master in ICTs by the public university. He is a junior director of the National Center of Technology of Accessibility, the former CENTAC, and also the coordinator of disability department of ministry. He held different positions, important positions in the public administration, such as the advisor of the work department. Also, he worked as a training responsible, and employment responsible for the ONCE association. So let's give the floor to our colleague, Juan Carlos Ramiro. Juan Carlos, please. Good morning, Juan Carlos.
Good morning, Vanessa. Good morning. Can you hear me well? Yes, perfectly, Juan Carlos. Thank you very much, Vanessa, and thank you very much to your colleagues, Maria Jose and Alfredo, and Castilla and León Regional Government. It is an amazing workshop and all the implication you always have in the accessibility sector for people with disabilities. Thank you for your presence here. So I pass you the floor, and all the participants are for you. So please tell us. Thank you very much, Vanessa. I'm going to put full screen or try to put full screen. Thank you very much again. You have said already, you highlighted some aspects that are amazingly interesting, Vanessa, through your presentation. And I match my way of thinking with yours. In one way, it's necessary, required a campaign, or like a dissemination strategy that should be there always to help accessibility knowledge to be understandable for everybody, and why it's required. The concept I'm going to explain right now, it is called integrated in smart space, comes from a reflection that, well, I think it is quite deep reflection that we started to have since many years ago, coming from many different professionals. As coming from engineers, some of them already know about accessibility, but some others didn't. But we were at a moment that we had to give a big turn to how to tackle accessibility, where technology is not even important but necessary, since everybody has technology, everybody requires technology. For example, right now what we're doing, it is based on technology. So you are holding a congress through Vanesa and the regional government, and we used to go there inside, but now we are using platforms. So now we are using our phones, smartphones, to communicate with each other. When we get home, we turn on the TV, and our coffee maker is smarter and smarter through time. And then when we start working, we use the computers. Before we came home, we had to cross this roads using traffic lights and seeing all these cars that we need to transport ourselves. And there is more technology than steel in the vehicles. So this was something that it was concerning me a lot. I talk about this to help you understand why we are developing this concept. And before we were developing this concept when we were in AISTE, but the professionals we were working on this, it was our idea. We brought that to our current company, and we are just following the path we started with this project previously. I mean, I'm highly concerned about the lack of compliance of legislation. I think nowadays the rights we have today in the public administration, I think was very important to have people with disabilities have accessible facilities. So it's, of course, that is not perfect, because we will never have perfect technologies, but if we are able to achieve the goals of these projects, and everything we can do to make this project effective, it will be actually a different world, since physical accessibility that is essential and goes by hand with technological necessities. Of course, this is not going to be perfect, but if we could comply with that, it would be a very different story. In Spain, we are so lucky that we have legislations. We create legislations all the time. We have in Europe the highest number of associations and the corpus of association regarding legislation. Doesn't mean that this is effective or even better, but it means that we have more legislation and regulations than any other country in Europe. So we have made a legislation that is actually quite unknown and very complicated to carry it, and very complicated to perform through these legislations, and even more taking into account how our competences are regarding the public administration in Spain. But we have laws. Even if we don't know them, we know that we have them. I usually compare this with technology, since technology, well, you're going to hear me say this all the time, but technology is not perfect. But you know what our phone can do, smartphone can do, even if it's a middle-low quality. You know what it can do? Well, they are actually real personal assistants for people. So regarding these reflections, we have technology, and all our lives, our whole lives are technology. We use it through education and in healthcare and at work, and moreover now that we realize that we can work at home, but not always have the means or the place or our own space to work at home, or the way the society is built, since sometimes it's not easy to work when you have children in a 60 square meters house. But regarding all these aspects, we realized that we had to tackle something, and something I have in mind all my life regarding public administration and private companies. Well, regarding public administration, we should force them to apply the legislation they are creating to make things accessible for every citizen, since these are rights for all citizens. But public administration, we should understand this concept, since public administration don't sell or create, since it is the private sector who is in charge of that, since this company is the only one who's going to get into the accessibility only if it's profitable, if they're going to earn some money. And I think, okay, that's all right if company is going to earn a lot of money by using accessibility, but it shouldn't be that way. I mean, all these things I'm saying is going to help you to understand why I'm designing these smart integrated spaces, already considering that the physical accessibility, it is already there and we are complying with it. We should actually sue public administration when it's not complied by the companies, by the regional governments. Since 2007, two royal decrees were approved about public spaces were urbanized, and the time already finished, so it should be already applied regarding the relationship with the building legislation for including accessibility since 2010, since January 1st, 2010, and all these issues should be fixed already. The horizontal law was also renewed, but we should really ask for that. We should demand it, since this technological part is complementing our daily life, and it helps us to understand and create these spaces in which we could live together thanks to technology without any kind of discrimination. This reality that is harder than we think in many environments, not even in Spain but in Europe, since we see that the elderly people are growing and increasing, and it includes also involves having more disabilities. For example, we go slower climbing up stairs, and some people need to wear glasses, or we are having more population with more Alzheimer or Parkinson's disease, or cognitive disabilities or hearing disabilities. That this is one of the downsides of technology. But we had to fix all these through technology, so we could create environments in which anybody, this is the definition actually, what is an integrated smart space. It helps to create environments where anybody with any kind of ability could enjoy the service thanks to technology and services. When I talk about people, I mean anybody. This is with cognitive disabilities. I'm not talking just about physical disabilities as using a wheelchair, or cognitive or hearing disabilities, but I also talk about cognitive abilities that are decreased or it doesn't exist anymore. For example, what happens in children when they are starting to go to childhood education, for example, where all the school books are made with a very easy language, so children can learn and start to learn in a very easy way. So when we talk about people with cognitive disabilities or any kind of functional disabilities, we have to adapt the solutions we are using for education, for example, to access this communication with the public administration, or to go to museums, or to just enjoy their lives in the most autonomous way. So this EII, integrated space, we thought that we should create spaces to make people as autonomous as possible. So as Vanessa was saying, we have first to understand that the user, mainly with some limitations, well, Vanessa also talk about the tourists who don't speak our language, they should perceive the environment as as a service continuum. For example, if I am a person who goes to the theater and I buy the tickets online, I'm just talking about a person using a wheelchair, but it can involve everybody. For example, I have my ramp in my living room, but then I start walking on the street and I see many barriers, so I don't have taxis adapted to my necessities, since there are just three cabs in my region. So there is the services break down at the moment, so I need to have many options, several options to have a group of solutions, to have a solution right away, so I can go from my house to the museum and go there in the most autonomous way and enjoy in the best way. Or for example, when I go to the school or to the hospital or any other service, you know what I'm talking about. So the smart integrated space takes part of a constitutional element in the city. Why I call that space and not city? Coming back to creating the concept of a smart integrated space, it started with the concern of talking about smart cities, you know, and the smart buildings, because I've always heard about saving costs and efficiency and mobility business, but I've never heard about where is the person. I mean, we heard about efficiency and lowering the cost, but the only person that is conscious permanently and is going to continue that way is the life element, is the person. So this person is the one in charge of enjoying and using this service. So that's why we thought, okay, we have to introduce this into this concept. So he's going to be the one who's going to walk in the city and go from one side to another place, one place to another. So we thought that what we need for the smart cities is, we realize is, if we want to use the technologies to create autonomy in any kind of aspect or space, we don't need to do it for the whole city, but it could be an integrated space, smart space, a museum, for example, or our neighborhood, or even our zone where we enjoy, or our districts, or where we go to work, to the industry, or our gym, or it would be just a small part inside the city, which is going to be a smart integrated space, but by joining all these small parts, we could create the whole smart city. But each space created by a smart integrated space, accessibility has to start at home. If you don't have accessibility at home, it's going to start quite badly. But once we are outside of our house and we go to the stairs, we are getting into our building. And when we go outside of our building, we are starting to get into the integrated smart space. It could be the gym, for example, or the school where I have to go, or even the whole itinerary, but everything is based in technology. So each of these spaces, all together as small puzzle pieces, are going to form what is called the smart city. The smart city, as the way it's created and registered, has to have 4 qualities to be profitable and sustainable. This is the private sector needs, and the administration also needs to make it efficient. Being efficient means being wealthy. It means wealthy for public administration. For example, a city hall or ministry doesn't have to save money, or they don't have to earn money by accessibility, but they can earn money by making their services efficient. So that saving can help the ministry, for example, to reinvest this money to make it even more accessible. So smart space, one of the first qualities is has to be replicable in any place. for example, in a gym or in high school or university or industry or in an airport or the whole neighborhood or even a hotel. It has to be modular. It's obvious that technology is usually more economical. But for example, if we want to bring that to a city hall or a hotel, it should be modular. I mean, to try to make it by different parts, to join that together. It has to be scalable. Since the technologies are increasing day by day, more technologies, more solutions, so we have to incorporate those solutions, and some technologies appear, some others disappear, but it's more important to know that with technology we can get to an amazing scalability. It's something logical when we talk about technology. For example, 2 years ago, and customizable. I mean, for everybody, it's individual because it depends on the space or the place where we want to create a smart space. They will need some technologies or some others. So it's as easy as that. For example, in the metro, where there are no pharmacies next to the railroads, of course, you will not need to make those kind of establishments accessible or where there are not restaurants. Who is intended to? This has something to do with the cognitive disabilities, because I understand that each of the sectors, population sectors, as part of the society, of course, and each part of them has the elderly people, children, more and more. In 2050 will be even up to 35% of Europe with the sensory and cognitive disabilities. But we also have tourists who are coming, for example, to Madrid. After Paris, Madrid is the city with more tourists and who are visiting as the same as Barcelona. I don't want to make a difference, but it should also be accessible for people who has different customs or cultures, so it should be easier for them in order to move around the cities or structures, or even like a museum. It should be easier for them because even if they don't have a cognitive disability. So all these kind of environments were susceptible to hold many people of citizens, they are susceptible of creating a smart integrated space, for example, city halls or public buildings, or libraries, museums, fairs, and office facilities, gyms, any kind of a space. That's why I call that a space and not any other word. What are the benefits? And what are the innovative services that can include in an EII? If we are talking about technology, we know that the goods and services regarding technologies are cannot be counted even, since if we imagine the future and we have automatic driving and virtual life, we have 5G. For the people who don't know 5G, it means a revolution, since the interaction between the machine and humans. This capacity of answer is going to be even it will not even have a returned capacity anymore, since, for example, a person from one part of the world with a surgeon can have a communication without any kind of problem in that access. But if we bring this to all the infrastructure in the government or a city, as the traffic lights are, or alerts or warning signal, as Vanessa was talking about, it can answer at the real time, so it can work with another alternative systems. So this works in the 5G in the future, for example, in 2 years. It's going to be an amazing revolution. For example, robots or new technologies, for example, the domotics in our day-by-day life. If we can include any solution currently, for example, geolocalization, digital maps, and all kind of equipment for support on demand in real time, or magnetic buckles, loops, and for any kind of adaptation of information to make it accessible. So here we have one of the best companies that are making accessible signals in a very amazing way. For example, excuse me? You have 4 minutes. Thank you, perfect. Thank you, Vanessa. Because I start talking and I forget. You understand, as I said, what are the services can be included in the smart space when we're talking about technology? Everything you can imagine, actually. Everything that makes you fly. What are the benefits for administrations? Are the advantages are amazing, since taking technology in accessibility means savings and efficiency. So administration now, they don't have much money, but now they can invest that in accessibility. So for private sector, that is a business. It's something I always talk about. This is business. For example, great companies have this very clear. For example, Microsoft or Google or Facebook. The websites are even more and more accessible, and their goods and services are even more accessible as well. For example, I'm going to, for instance, well, no, this is not going to be an example, but if you take a phone, one of those phones you are buying currently, I'm quite sure, well, I don't know if you spend the time to check where is accessibility, but if you check that, you will see that there are more and more measures. And that's why the biggest brands are realizing that there is a very important population there. Since I'm not talking about people with disabilities, and I'm talking about people with disabilities as consumers. So now that we are talking about having the population older, it is even more important. What does this generation of technologies, what does it generate? Well, it generates autonomy, safety, and opportunities for private sector, accessibility, legal compliance, inclusion, equality. By the way, I insist that to have this all efficient, we need the citizen and the administration to have to make this knowledge and accessible, and it should be something they should be disclosed. And for example, 2 years ago, this contract law was launched 2 years ago. So everything the administration buys that has to be used by the citizens, even by the government workers, for example, the phones, websites, or computers, any kind of technology. So this is one of the rights that, and maybe not all of us know about that. This is one of the smart spaces we have done in Alcalá de Henares. If you can see, for cognitive disabilities, we had the smart guidance inside and outside of facilities by geolocalization with GPS, and adapted vehicles or free parking spots, or accessible reading for in menus. And this is done by Spanish companies. These are the stages, and I'm going to explain much about that. But what are our conclusions about introducing technology to create the smart integrated spaces? Accessibility for everybody are available in every city, and there is not a coming back path, because we're not talking about we're talking about digital cities. The usability is a concept that goes by hand with accessibility, since it is essential to have cohesion between functionality in all products. Since we can have many solutions, but if we don't have the way to localize those solutions, since they are all of them in the same box, but it's very complicated to take them, it's not going to work. So this smart space is going to guarantee autonomy. Well, I mean, when I say guarantee, in a very high percentage. In case somebody says that, you know, an efficiency of 100% doesn't exist. Nowadays, I mean, nowadays there are a lot of technology solutions for almost everything, but most of them are not known, and they are even accessible. But if they exist nowadays, imagine the future, the smart space, and even more intended for the private sector is something I always talk about. Is a rich, wealthy generator. Therefore, it helps to have a social profit. So this is. I'm sorry I talk a lot, but I live this project with all the passion in the world because I really believe in it and I believe in technology. And I think is the best support the current technologies and future technologies which are going to happen quite soon. So our colleagues are going to talk. They just talk about this in ASPACE for art and education and healthcare in our rights. So I'm going to shut up now. Thank you, Vanessa. No, I could be here listening to you for hours. I'm sorry we don't have enough time and we have a small delay, but it was amazing having these professionals who are living and feeling so much these kind of projects, and I can see myself in what you're talking about because I feel passionate about what we're doing. So everything we do with passion is essential. So at least the intention, right? To have this to work in the best way. Thank you very much, Vanessa. That's our intention. Having all the knowledge coming from everyone. Since there's not a person who knows everything. I really believe in team working. Since everybody can really give something. So and I'm going to explain anything more. So if there's any question, please, I'll give you the floor. So we go to Rubén Blanco, who is in charge of cognitive disabilities and inclusion in AFANIAS, which is an association that's working to improve the life of intellectual disabilities and its development. He and their families. He's a doctor in disability research in Salamanca and anthropology researcher by Madrid University. He's going to talk about cognitive disability and how to improve the environments, right, David?
Good morning, Vanessa, and thank you very much to Darío as well as this event organization committee for allowing us to talk about our experience and developing, the cognitive accessibility in some buildings. I'm also a teacher, which is what I like the best. But anyway, I will try to share my presentation with you. I need support, I need some assistance in doing that, as you know. Presentation, please confirm whether or not my presentation is shared. Yes. Yes, we are here. 25 minutes. You have 25 minutes from now on. Thank you to the organization HERIT-US for allowing organizations, associations to explain our views, describe our views about accessibility, especially from the point of view of people with intellectual disabilities and the adaptation of environments and how this accessibility can improve, people's quality of life, people with disability quality of life, but also the rest of people. Also, I should let me tell you that AFANIAS is an association that cares for intellectual people with intellectual disabilities. It was founded 50 years ago. And it has around 2,300 members. It's right now undergoing through a changing phase in order to develop further activities to improve the citizens' quality of life. From that, we are carrying out different activities, different projects such as this, specifically the so-called Espacio, which is an easy space, which gather the different efforts and endeavors from different societies, because accessibility is not something that can be by a single company, but a joint effort. This is something that I want to emphasize. Accessibility should be a cross-cutting action, not only one direction action. because we need not just practice with the technical support. Thanks to Vanesa's presentation, we could actually provide context to the universal accessibility. The cognitive accessibility cannot be understood but including the end in universal accessibility. With our legislation, which is important for me to emphasize, which is the Royal Decree, legislative Royal Decree of 1 November 2013 about this universal accessibility, which is about explaining what it is, such as the condition that needs to meet in environment, process, goods, products and services, as well as the instruments, objects, tools and devices, so that they are comprehensible, understandable, and useful for anybody in different conditions, in the most independent and natural way. When we talk about universal accessibility, we are talking about a different model, though, not based on the assistance model with assistance techniques, but a model that promotes self-independent through support, so people can be active subjects in this environment, in this transformation. Thanks to the Barcelona Disability Office, this inclusive accessibility in a cross-cutting way, different stakeholders are engaged in order to create accessibility as a cross-cutting tool, so everybody can participate, can carry out different activities, so the citizen can be an independent citizen that can make decisions such as where they want to go or what they want to do. So universal accessibility featured by different elements such as the physical accessibility, about which different presentations were provided, and also about which the heritage was subject to direct interventions too, so that heritage was adapted to different environments. Physical accessibility has to do with ramps, with architectural barriers, so somehow it's further developed, even though doesn't mean that it is well adapted and applied. But we are heading for that direction, but there are still some things to do. Then the sensory accessibility is being taken into account in different environments, including the heritage, the cultural heritage, and we are progressing regarding these choices, so different disabilities, sensory disabilities, can participate and enjoy heritage as anybody else. Universal accessibility remains underdeveloped, partly because one of the legs of this accessibility is not truly understood. Indeed, the target audience of the universal accessibility include anybody, the society at large, because anybody might have an accessibility need at some time. And there are some people that in the environment, as well in the heritage, that need accessibility, universal accessibility. We also need to take into account the different disabilities, as I said before. When it comes to heritage, we need to take into account people with physical, sensory disabilities, and there are some initiatives regarding, intelligence disabilities, intellectual disabilities, sorry. Regarding cognitive accessibility, refers to the spaces, the services that become easy to be understood. Obviously, with the comprehension, by comprehending the information, good services, environment that might be complicated, difficult to understand. Also, they need to reach easily our destinations and provide the safety, the sense of safety when you are in these environments. Nowadays, with the COVID issue, this tool might be very interesting because of COVID. Why the collective accessibility? I believe we already provided enough context, because the United Nations said that without accessibility there are no rights, because this is a cost-cutting right? Because without the possibility to access spaces, information, or element comprehension, we cannot develop any rights, citizenship rights. And also because those societies or associations taking care of the intellectual disabilities people understand that we need to take into advantage, take the opportunity as agents, as actors, to help those people how spaces can be more usable, how people with disability can help us to understand how these spaces can be more usable. And now we'll understand, explain this, how the agents, the cognitive accessibility agents, play this role. The target audience include everybody, the society at large, because anybody can actually face this type of problems. For example, if you have an easy to read or complicated to read manuals, of course you are going to choose the easy one. Anybody can actually will benefit from that accessibility. Not only those people with intellectual disability, but also people with different problems, such as acquired brain damage, aphasias, for example. Those people who don't understand language, and also tourism, of course, because people coming from different countries want to enjoy our the wealth, our heritage wealth. So something that has become very important in our country is by sharing our heritage. So we need to make this heritage accessible and help a population, an elderly population in Europe can enjoy this a large, and also any audience are have the right to enjoy heritage. Of course, our cultural heritage, which is quite ample, and we have such a ample diversity, but also we can work in the heritage accessibility, because accessibility is very plastic and versatile. It can adapt to different environments. So that means that it doesn't need to be intrusive. Marco Antonio Garces used to say that we believe that our heritage is hard to be adapted, but precisely our heritage was built in an era and a time in which every building had a different sense, a different use, and clearly was identifiable. So there are a type of attributes, different attributes that make him easy to understand and adaptable. So taking into account, considering the adaptations are very plastic. As José Antonio used to say in this manual that I highly recommend to you, which is the cultural, that refers to cultural heritage, there is a legislation passed by the community, the regional community. The problem is not the heritage, but the legislation. We need to include some dispositions in these laws so that the heritage is accessible for everybody. And in this particular case, I will explain to you how this can be done from the collective point of view. Let me remind you there was a part of the accessibility that regards to comprehension, the easy reading, for example. Through the full inclusion, different interventions took place in order to facilitate, favor, the development, the routes, the different layouts of museums, simple layouts for museums. So the different, the most important parts of the museum are explained, described, so people know how to actually follow the different ways, paths. A guide with 10 masters, our guide was prepared that included explanations of different paintings, different works, without missing the work essence and the contents, so that many people can benefit from that. People with intellectual disabilities might have some, or partly some access, but also the other people, the rest of people can actually benefit from that, because it will allow us in a more simple way to understand these paintings, these works. And the Prado Museum, an layout adaptation was carried out to simple paths, even now with the COVID-19 pandemic. So in order for us to have a better grip of everything. Also in this other museum, an explanation of the main paths were provided. Regarding the guidance, environment guidance accessibility, not many actions took place. So we completed some assessments that we want to release by explaining what is important. We know how important are pictograms, which is EGA, an international system that allows us to provide signals, but it's also important to know where signage can be provided, so that the signage sequence allow everybody to reach any place. As Vanessa explained earlier, you know how important is cognitive accessibility. Espacio Fácil is in charge to assess spaces so that those spaces are easily orientable. And we do that with people with disabilities, intellectual disabilities. Such tools will allow us to keep ourselves in the place and not to lose ourselves, to get lost, sorry. And of course, you know, also safety against COVID-19 has been developed to facilitate people. People do not waste a lot of time in the spaces looking for the right direction. And also the prevention, accessible evacuation, and a more accessible and easier way for people to exit. But also, now I would like to talk about the people with intellectual disability and their difficulties to understand space, and they help us to design along with, together with architects and engineers, you know, and other international associations, with, as I said, you know, where the people with intellectual disabilities are. One more point, as I said, they help us to provide support solutions, so that people become independent and they can enjoy heritage in an independent from an independent point of view. There's different aspects that we need to take into account when it comes to space orientation. First, we to identify the building. Then once you go in, you need to explain what the buildings provide, what are the buildings features. Third will be, you know, the how to reach different destinations. And last but not least, Vanessa explained before, is to know how we can exit the space. It's very important to go in, but also very important to go out. And I will provide some examples of different adaptations, and also an adaptation that we completed in the Anthropology Museum. This is Afaniescas Canillejas residence, where formerly when we walked by, people were unable to identify the buildings, so we included this poster for people to identify us. So, okay, perfect. I have only 4 minutes. We will skip the video then and just describe the examples. Regarding this anthropology museum sample, we carry out an assessment and we realized how an inclusive element was important to identify the museum, because it was not clear enough based on the already existing elements. So we needed to take into account that the poster, the title should not be intrusive. So we also needed to identify the main axis, And in the case of Anthropology Museum, we propose different solutions so that it will be easier for people to find the main entrance and to follow the path for the people with reduced mobility, because it was not properly signaled. Regarding the Canillejas Center, we didn't have the direct indicator so we included this indicator for people so they knew where to go. We also propose our proposal for the anthropological museum is to provide information for anybody with a directory with including the main elements they are going to come across. Apart from the information center, the different spaces that made up the museum with the directory, the different spaces and the different floors, and to direct people so that they know where they, how they can go in order to reach the destinations. As I said, the proper signage had to be established for those places where we have to make decisions where to go, and also. We provide this so people remember, where are the different destinations, the target destinations for the visitors. Other examples, how to signal the different intersections and specific places. And before we reach the destination, we need to know where we are, what is the space, what we are going to find. Another element which is also important in the museum is to signal, as I said, as Vanessa said, the toilets, because they were like hidden. So they were not normally founded, they were hidden. And of course, people at any place, use a toilets, more than any other space. So last but not least, even though we couldn't signal in the anthropological museum, that we need to take into account that people need to have an easy to go place, an easy to go path or corridor, a very well signed. We could provide some examples how we can place signals or signature in different buildings based on destinations, based on the spaces, easy to identify. The objective for the cognitive accessibility is that the space is a support, and it's usable and accessible as well. We had a video. I don't know. We have time to watch the video. It's about 3 minutes to explain how do we work. Vanessa, is it okay to watch a video? I guess we run out of time. We already have a delay, so David, sorry. If it is already uploaded on the web page, people will have the chance to, with the link, people will have the chance to watch it. Okay. Yes, you're right. Thanks. Again, thank you to the organizing committee. Thanks to Vanessa, and to encourage you to have an accessible future for anybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very interesting.
The whole project, and I'm sure as with Juan Carlos, there will be much more to talk about, and it's very interesting. What is the inclusion of people with disability are the engine of the project and the workers, right? This is the true inclusion, everything for them, but without them. So perfect. And I'm going to talk too much. So I'm going to introduce the next good practices. In this case, I have the pleasure to introduce Maria Antonia Amilian, is the chief of the Valladolid Association to promote, excuse me, I cannot hear well, to achieve a social inclusion through their lifelong inclusion. I mean, not just for the beginning, but through the whole life. So good morning, Maria Antonia. How are you doing? Good morning, Vanessa. Very well, thank you. Listening, very interesting opinions. Thank you very much. So you have 10 minutes to present your good practices, and if I see that you are talking a little bit too much, I'm going to warn you, okay? Okay. I'll try to be fast, to be quick. I don't know if you can see the presentation now.
Vale, perfecto.
Give me a second.
Bien, bueno, pues como ha dicho Vanessa,
Let's see. Now you're in. Whenever you want. The floor is yours. Very well. As Vanessa said, as David, I'm a director and social educator. That is the part of myself that I like the most about the work we are carrying. First of all, I would like to thank two entities that are developing this project, because we think there is a long path to walk about accessibility, cognitive accessibility in a cultural world, and this is a very interesting step as we are so happy to collaborate with. First, I will introduce the entity in which I'm working, and it is in Valladolid, as Vanessa said, is searching for in 1993, a group of parents worked together to look for a possibility of creating an association to achieve a full integration of the children. In that way we are now. The way that we are, I mean, in all aspects, involved in people with any kind of cognitive disability or Down syndrome through the whole lives. A year ago, we were thinking that one of the projects, one of the areas that maybe it was not developed enough, it was the cultural world, because there was not enough access to culture. So we thought, together with another entities, as I would explain later, to work together in this project. It was called Right of Culture. Why we call it Right of Culture? Because as the International Convention said about people with disabilities rights said, and as Juan Carlos Ramiro said, it is a right. People with disabilities have the right. They must have equal footing of everyone in the cultural world. That's why the public entities and public administration and everyone should have the compromise to have accessible formats and to give them the opportunity to access any kind of cultural facilities, museums and cinemas, and as any other citizen. First of all, there was a big difficulty, or what were the difficulties for the youngsters we are working with in our association to access to different kind of functional spaces. There were not accessible formats of pamphlets and there were a lot of difficulties for them to access to this information. And it was the same, and David was developing this topic even more. So, and I'm going to talk much about that, but all the information about access from the text to the place where they want to go, and accessibility and information posters and all the use of new technologies that now is growing. The project we're talking about had a great object. First, to guarantee the rights of people with Down syndrome and intellectual disabilities to participate in equal footings to the cultural life. That's why we searched for several partners, and we could to have Fundación and Down Avila. This is a foundation and association in Avila could participate together with us in the development of this project. What was this project about? Well, we started with a training action in which in each of the provinces it was implied the participants with intellectual disabilities. They were participating and we could give them training in audiovisual education. Then we developed different video elaboration workshops about heritage resources in both cities. There was a researching phase, a stage, and then there was a recording later, and then dissemination and presentation of the materials. We also had a meeting of good practices, so we could see how we were developing this training event and workshops in different associations. Our idea and intention was to continue with this project since it didn't finish yet, so to edit and publish a guide of providing capabilities of reading guides to access information, and then I'll give all the kind of learning resources that are required for the development. Then, when we had this project, we started to perform to develop the project. So, as Vanessa said, we considered that they had to be the main characters. So they could decide which aspects in each of the monuments they were interested in at the moment. So here there's an example. For example, in Valladolid, the Santa Isabel convent, they saw the aspects they were interested in. For example, the location, the building date, who built it, what kind of building is, some of the history of that place. And one of the aspects they were more interested in, it was curiosities or legends related to each of the monuments. So there were some reinforcements as visual aids with images. So they started to develop this project through 22 monuments in Valladolid and some others in Avila, which it was developed by Fundación and down Avila. Why we thought this project was innovative? Because we were creating accessible formats. As I was telling you about the complications we had with sign guides, and it was complicated to do interpretations with. Now they say what is the information they're interested in. So they participate since the beginning. I mean, in the design and of the project and the development of the project. So they are the main characters of their own training. The project is distinguished in three stages, and the first stage, it is the researching stage. Then there is information collection, and now we are still developing the two following stages that we thought we could start this year, but since we have this pandemic issue, we hope we can restart it again from this year. So we are looking for criteria unification through different entities, and we wanted to have this training to be full and rigorous. What we have to do now, well, we have to collect all this information to complete this information gathering in this kind of sheets format. So now we're trying to develop, to take all this information and put it into an app. Not only accessible for people with disabilities, intellectual disabilities, but for the whole audience. Because it's true that all of us will need different aids at some point, different supports at some point. All of us. So I think I've been too quick presenting my projects, but I think I'm done. Perfect. Yes, you were very fast, Maria Antonia. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. So it's true that it's essential to have people to be able to choose what they're interested in, what kind of topics they want to be trained in. So we have to be used to more and more through the coming years to give them the ability to let them choose what they want to be interested in and to train. So this is important to also take this idea and move that to all the other associations to make accessible this training for people more than the whole group. I mean, like there is this easy readiness and for people with some kind of intellectual disability or cognitive disability, but we sometimes forget that the content that we are doing from here has to be accessible for the whole rest of the people. Exactly. It makes it easier for all of us as well. So to have this app for everyone, this is what the accessibility, universal accessibility is about. So thank you very much. And let's continue quickly with Rodrigo's presentation. And Antonia is out already, but if you have any question, please, we can pass the floor to her again. So now I want to introduce to Rodrigo Alonso, alcalde, who's working in the learning area and dynamization of the Human Evolution Museum in Burgos, collaborating with the Burbiqui Association that is developing a project that is he's going to talk about now through his good practices, right, Rodrigo?
Good morning. Can you see the presentation? Yes, yes, there is. Right now. First of all, we'd like to thank the organizing committee for allowing us to participate in this conference, which we deem as very positive. Now we are going to start talking about the project that we are carrying out along with the association. And for all of us that are now living in Burgos, or we out of our economic environment, I would like to describe what is the Human Evolution Museum, which is located in the center in the historical, in the downtown of Burgos, and the cathedral is right here. This large complex of about 15,000 square meters was built after the archaeological site in Altapuerca, and the aim is to include, to house, the fossils discovered during the last 40 years of excavating. And it was possible. We have different floors, and thanks to these museums, we have a number of visitors annually, about 115,000 visitors to our museum. I would like also to say that the museum is not also a container for fossils, but also, an action plan has been developed together with a culture plan. We became a dynamizing agent, Burgos Capital. So we carry out different exhibitions as well as other type of cultural activities, concert presentation, literature presentations. We develop, educational projects, of course, and conferences are a very important part. But thanks to that, we adapt ourselves to particular situations such as this one, this adaptation, formal adaptation, being adapted to, for example, to the online or digital format. Right now, we are trying to combine with our on-site continuous format. And right now, we'd like to tell you that all our activities, about 250,000 people participate in our activities a year. This is more or less a comparative of the visitors, the number of visitors to our permanent exhibitions. As I said, around 250,000 visitors to this exhibition. And usually, that's the number of visitors that usually we have, 250,000. So based on all of these cultural programs, for us it's very important is what we call make me responsible. This is one of the most important action line. We collaborate with different people in order to carry out this make me responsible so-called line. We're trying to tackle different aspects. Some of them you already tackled through the conference, among which our collaboration is found with Burbiqui Association. We present Burbiqui is an association that was born in 2013. Two people are actually the main the parts of the association. Mr. Santa Maria was attending this program, and this society, this association Burbiqui, is an artistic association from Burgos that is working in the creation of multidisciplinary art. The main aim of Burbiqui is to educate, provide, a specialized artistic education for anybody. The most specific aspect of this association is the concept, the art concept they have. This association understands art as an universal, accessible art for everybody. That's why Verbitic aims at the capacities, not the disabilities instead. So they adapt these activities, training activities to the needs, meet the needs, to the individual needs of everybody. That means councils such as disability are working in these councils in order to move on to work with different capacities, so we can collaborate when it comes to develop or carry out these common activities. Having said this, I would like to present our project, Better Judge, with an exhibition that under the title Our Diversity, what we make us unique and what we actually join us, make us combine us. We collaborate with different Burgos artists, and as I said before, in Berbikin, the collaboration of people with disabilities and without disabilities work together in a joint fashion in a different scopes. Anybody can actually belong to Barbiki Association. Having said this, I would like to say that a call was launched so that Burgos artists will try to work with Barbiki to develop, artistic pieces of work. They will going to have some. This was an important call, massive call, and a selection. 15 artists were selected from this call to collaborate with other members of the association. Next, we will watch a video where the coordinator and a member of the Barbiki Association in Santa Maria will make a presentation of this exhibition. My role in this project goes beyond a curator. It's not just a curator. Selection of the artistic couples and artistic groups goes beyond the knowledge of beyond an artistic discipline only. So we try to find an individual characteristic. They share some characteristics. I know this work. This is my advantage. The vast majority of the guest artists is from Barbiki, so it was easy for me to be the mediator, the translator, language translator, in order to establish a common language, a common point, in order to create a final work. So for me, it was very important to have visibility, to make visible every participant's identity and their work. We created an inclusive working space where experiences were created, knowledge was shared, and the best way to do that, it was something so private, with your own city artists. As I said, there was 15 projects were selected from different artistic disciplines, such as pictorial paintings, works, such as the one you can see there. Then we have different introductions related to, for example, the sculptures, the Naviope, which was made with different techniques, interaction with different materials like wool, plastics, etc. A museum such as this that was housing this project, of course, include, the interpretation, such as Pedro Martinez, Diego Sebastian, made themselves of our own process, evolution process, through these three pieces of work, which is entitled, Dinosaur, Bull, and Human Head. Also, we worked in the photographic field, along with two local photographers, such as here is the image of David Palacin. Rodrigo, you have just one more minute. Also, interaction related to the music field. Different compositions were completed, were realized, and other materials such as the panacea technique, different textile interpretations were carried out, installations, facilities, and also different activities such as this piece combine a mixed technique of the digital impression with braille and other type of techniques, so the sewing techniques by Oscar Esquiviasco, who is this artist. This exhibition was in the Museum Evolution, Human Evolution Museum from June to March of this year. This year's here in March. And 8,000 visitors actually attended this, saw this exhibition. This is a summary video describing the exhibition. As I said, the exhibition was attended by over 9,000 visitors, and below you can see the link right on the lower part of the screen. You can see the link where you can actually click on, and if you're interested to see the development or the process of each piece by each creator. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you, Rodrigo. So interesting. We are so willing to visit your museum and to get to know you and participate. I have never been in Burgos before, but now I'm very much engaged and very interested in going there. I'm not going to carry on because we are running out of time, but I would like to, because there were some questions posed, and I believe questions were answered while they were included. So, because we don't have that much time, I believe that we are going to ask David Lopez. David, I know your project and your cognitive accessibility assessment was carried out by AFANIA and other people, right? Yes, that's what we said at the beginning, you know. The video explained it very well. But because we run and we were in a rush, and perhaps I need to describe it. But it's very important because we cannot actually an intervention from the accessibility point of view alone doesn't make that much sense. So our alliance with a construction building company from the university and the University of La Salle and the Association for the Easy Accessibility Buildings, which created a model to assess these buildings with accessibility, and AFANIAS, as I said, you know, all together were able to create Espacio Fácil, Easy Space, as well as research to determine the indicators, cognitive need indicators were important for the accessibility, space accessibility. So, and the monitor, of course, you know, she also worked with us. Please, I would like to mention that La Salle, I didn't mention, you know, the University La Salle, it didn't appear in the, when you saw in the video. Okay, thank you for the clarification. And that research, that project is published anyway, so anybody who is interested can write you, of course, asking for information. And Berta, if you see us, a big hug for you and good work. You have done good work among the three of you. I believe there are no further questions, so because we are running out of time, if you don't mind, we can take the break, 15-minute break, and we meet again with the second panel, accessibility, sensory accessibility at 12. Okay. 10 past 12. Okay. We'll return and resume our talks. Thank you for your attention. And I really want to carry on, go on with the talk, because there were some questions that I would like to ask you based on your presentations, Ramiro, Juan Carlos' presentations, down Valladolid, sorry about down Madrid, and Rodrigo, but because the lack of time, I cannot continue. Sorry about that. So again, 10 past 12, we will return. Okay? Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello. Hello again. Here we are. I'm sorry for the delay because I couldn't hear my phone. I turned off the sounds. So now we are in the second stage of this presentation of this workshop. So this is, I'm sorry, I had a technical issue now. Just wait for a second, please. It was not configured, but I'm going to be with you right now. And this second part of the conference, I would like to talk or make more emphasis to accessibility, sensory accessibility, and how can we implement. Now, yes, you can see my presentation, right? The importance of accessibility, sensory accessibility, to continue in adapting the environment to everyone. This is a debate where we're going to have Tis Carrigo and Antonio Jesus Vega, and then the partners of our project in Seventh Day Communication, and we will see a video of ASOCIO, that is an association of Castilla and Leon. So I'm going to start my presentation. Well, first, I would like to show you the cognitive accessibility. Look, you can see here the icons to recognize different measurements that can be implemented in different actions or campaigns, or even cultural activities that we are carrying. Then my colleagues will try to get into more details. I would not like to forget, and I would like to explain and insist the necessity of the assessment of the whole project in general, from the evaluation of the environments. As for example, look, this is a sketch of the Plaza Mayor, and for the concerts in San Isidro, this is the campaigns, and here you can analyze all the perspective of universal accessibility, from the physical disabilities with using wheelchairs, and here you can see all the access or how to get in or out, or where we should take care more of, with people that comes with a more limited disabilities, or people with blindness, or with the dog or the stick. and also to adapt the environment to have through coordination to generate the safe events in this map. So here you can see how all these signals are incorporated, and the platform is hires for people with certain disabilities, or for activities that can be accessible or content that can be accessible. So this has to get to this technology that Juan Carlos was talking about, to be able to launch magnetic loop and technology for accessibility. So I insist, and I give you some examples of the importance of accessibility and previous information. This is part of the website of the Three Maya Kings visit the nativity during Christmas time, where everybody could have the information about the schedule of the parade and the spots that were available for people with disabilities, and in this stage, and what are the accessibility measurements that are going to be incorporated and where we're located. So this was important to have this information previous to the event. So it gives us the initiative to go to the events that are prepared for everybody, with or without disabilities. As for example, in this Epiphany Parade event, or any other cultural heritage activity, the design of information for the ticket selling at since there should be many channels, not just online or in situ, but for everybody, as the box office should be available for everybody. But he's going to talk about that later, more in detail. So there is also a phone number there to incorporate many other systems for example, people with deafness, or any other ways to be available to buy the tickets, or have tutorials available for everybody. Also, in the design and evaluation, that has to be incorporated in the content of accessibility. It is not enough just having the content, but there is several measurements that are specifically designed to incorporate all these measurements that we're going to talk about later. And also, as I was highlighting before, the incorporation that are so essential of each project or event into the auto protection plans to proceed with the evacuation of people with disabilities or another necessities. Remember that some people with disabilities, they have some disabilities that are physically visual, like somebody who are using a wheelchair, but there are many other disabilities that are not visually obvious. So we have to be careful about that, and we need some training for everybody who are part of the team. So that's very important. As I was telling you, accessibility is not only possible for making everybody available to have access to everywhere, but also to have safe to guarantee safety for everybody. And also, you must know that everybody should enjoy cultural heritage. Everybody, and its safety and quality. Everybody has this right. And the last point I would like to talk about is a reflection, and is not less important, is a reflection about how essential is the raising awareness, since all the professionals that are taking parts of these projects, doesn't matter if it's direct or indirectly, in the museum or cultural heritage, or even cleaners, or the managers or cultural managers, and of course people who are on the front desk or in charge of client customer services. This is very important to focus on people with disabilities. It is also important to mention what's the importance of the use of language, since it is essential. As we were talking, the way we talk is the way we think. So therefore, language can change your look, but also your thinking. I'm going to show you a video of some people from Down syndrome in Catalonia. This association is going to tell you firsthand how somebody should talk to people with disabilities. So please, can you show the video?
Hola. Creo, a ver, porque yo no lo he escuchado, pero pensaba que el resto sí. Creo que ha habido
I think there was a technical problem because I couldn't hear, but I thought you were able to hear that. So can you please? Okay, now I have the feedback. The audio is on.
Nos han dicho que venimos de Mongolia.
O que vamos tarde a los sitios.
Otros, intentando no molestarnos,
They tell us that we are sick, but then there are some other people that we are fallen angels from heaven, or that a chromosome made us a better person. But be careful, none of that is true. The name that we put on people determines how we see them. If you want to refer us, please use people with disabilities. People with disabilities. People. What's a surprise? We are persons. We are persons. We are persons with a particularity. And look, this is the important part. With disability. When you say people with disability, disabled people, you are simplifying that. You are disabled not for everything, and we are not disabled for all the time. It depends on the environment. A person with a physical disability is disabled when there are stairs. However, if there is a lift, he stops being disabled. For people with intellectual disability, in order to stop being disabled, you can have, for example, have more patience or help us just when we ask you to, or talk to us as you do with anybody else. But hey, being condescending is not really helping us in any way. Just make it natural. Just one more note. When you are going to refer to people without disability, as for example, people without disability, normal people, we are all normal people. All of us or none of us. So you watched the video, right? This is the best way through people with Down syndrome in Catalonia could tell us what are the necessities and the right use of language, right? So I'm going to come back with my presentation. Can you please show the presentation? Thank you. Yes. It is important to use correctly this language. We have to try to avoid words that are making people less value. Having a disability doesn't mean to be less valid. So the public administration keeps certain nomenclature that are should be extinct. As for example, the legal word that should appear is people with disability, a general disability, or person with a disability, not disabled, since we have to pay attention to the person, not to the disability, and we should never confuse with. We will never confuse it if we always think about the person first. Since we are a little bit delayed with the video, I'm going to stop here and I'm going to present my colleague Cisca Rigo Pons, who is going to talk also about what are the requirements related to people with visual disabilities. She's going to talk very interesting things about it. And then during the debate, we could talk about the importance of the correct use of language. Cisca, she's a psychologist and accessibility technical and the validation of user experience, and she develops her work in different fields as training, sensibilization, and consulting of companies, and she participates in different groups of researching and teaching projects. ASPAYM, she's part of it, and this is a association for universal accessibility, and she's also a freelancer about working on tactile devices for accessibility and people with visual disabilities. Cisca, good morning. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, perfectly. Oh, thankfully. I'm very happy about that. Cisca, the floor is yours. So you have 25 minutes starting now. So at 12:51 more or less. So I will tell you, but 5 minutes before, I'll let you know when you just have 5 minutes left, okay? Yes, I'm going to try to share my screen.
Pues parece que...
Sorry about this. I'm trying to share my screen with you.
Bueno, a ver, decirme que
Please
funciona.
tell me that it works, please.
Sí, a ver, espera, ahora mismo, venga.
Yeah,
Sí, es que va con un poco de
now.
retardo.
No.
Superamos la
Okay, so
primera parte
we
del tema
overcome the
técnico,
first
que la
technical
verdad que
part
nos
element,
tiene hoy un poco todos
which
nerviosillos, pero
actually
bueno, vamos a intentar
get
ponerle
us
calma
into
al
our
asunto.
nerves a little bit.
Bueno, ante todo,
First
agradecer
of
a
all,
la
I would like to
organización
thank the
que me haya
organizing
invitado
committee for
a participar
inviting
en
me to
este
participate
evento, en
in
esta
this
jornada.
conference and this event.
Sobre todo,
Especially,
felicitar
I would like
también
to
a los
congratulate
miembros
the
del
members of the
proyecto. Me parece un
project,
proyecto
which
muy
I
interesante.
deem as very interesting.
Y bueno, agradecer
Also,
también a la
I appreciate
organización
the organizing
todo
committee for
el trabajo que
their
hay detrás,
work,
que me consta que se ha puesto mucho
because
cariño
I
y
know,
mucho
they were
buen hacer, y bueno, a
willing
veces
to
las
do it,
cuestiones
and
técnicas nos
sometimes
fallan, ¿no?
technical issues,
Bueno,
I fail.
el título de mi presentación
My
es
presentation's title
Patrimonio
is
cultural,
the
necesidades y
Cultural
diversidad,
Heritage and Needs
¿no?
and
Una perspectiva
Diversity, a
multisensorial,
multisensorial
¿vale?
perspective.
Bueno,
So,
entonces, como
as
decía
Maria
José,
José
que me ha
said,
gustado mucho
which
su manera
I
de
liked
empezar,
very much
que
how
yo
she
también disfruto, ¿no?
introduced, how
Entonces,
she started.
el lema un
So,
poco, ¿no? Me parece
I
muy
also enjoy.
interesante el
This is
tema
what I
de
like, and I think it's
estar
very
todos
interesting to be all together
en el tema de
and
la
the
cultura, ¿no? De
cultural
participar
aspect, to
todos. Es una
participate all
necesidad humana
together.
de
This is
todos
a
y
human
que
need
todos
for
tenemos que
everybody that we need
compartirla,
to
¿no?
share.
De hecho, en esta primera
Actually,
diapositiva he
with
puesto
this
una imagen,
device and this
bueno, he
device,
puesto dos
I
imágenes,
presented
una a
an
la
image, one
izquierda
on the
es
left.
una
This
mujer
is
que
a
está
lady,
viendo, bueno, en este caso soy yo,
me,
estoy
myself, by the way. and I'm in a natural space, which I believe I consider heritage as well. It's rich, enjoying the views. Of course, you cannot enjoy, full enjoy with all your senses, but this is the sensorial or the sensory part, And this is when you are in this vital environment, you enjoy, through your visual sense, through your hearing sense. On the right, you can see an image of a public culture in San Sebastián, which is called the Peine de Viento, the wind comb. And more or less, there is a link between the two images, which is the enjoyment of natural spaces or heritage, as well as the sculptures, which are also integrated in the natural space, natural environment. Then we have 4 different dimensions, aspects when it comes to talk about culture. On the one hand, we should take into account the perceptive part, which is the 5 senses, the cognitive part regarding what we understand, what we see, an emotional aspect by which we try to understand why the author expressed with his work or her work, and then what we feel, whenever we see it. And then we should also talk about the communication aspect through which we communicate ourselves, what we feel about the works, and we communicate with others. Regarding the content, I would like to, not too much though, about the theoretical framework, and I'm not going to go over again because my colleagues already tackled this, but I would like to provide context for the visual disability, the design, and the accessibility, some examples of good practice, or at least what I consider to be a good practice. Regarding the theoretical framework, we are talking about psychosocial model in which the human rights prevail. So we realize that disability originates when a relation between the a person features and the environment accessibility is established. The more the disability, the less the accessibility. In this case, we have two different levels. First, we need to adapt our environment, and we are going to see some of the tools that we use to adapt the environment for these people with disability, visual disability more particularly, and then that we can use for anybody. I don't want to, again, I want to have a global vision of accessibility. Of course, I'm going to talk about accessibility for people with visual disabilities, but also about the rest of people. Also, we provide tools for people with disabilities so they can interact with in a better way. We not only adapt the environment, but also we provide the tools for these people to interact. And regarding the visual disability, remember that 80% of information that we perceive is through the visual channel. So this is the most important channel that people with visual disability miss. We have 5 different images, and at the center we see a landscape with a twist corresponding to a person with full vision. We're not talking about normal vision, we're talking about full vision. Then, on the left, on the upper side, you can see an image that corresponds or matches the vision a totally blind person perceives or sees. So in this way, what I'm trying to say is that not everybody, with visual disability are totally or fully blind, which is more or less, this is the most common way to understand. Actually, 20% are only totally blind. So there is an ample range of profiles in which different type of profiles are included that correspond to, for example, the image on the right, on the upper side, corresponds to a central vision loss. So the people with these difficulties actually have this type of vision, this type of sight, and they have very some difficulties when it comes to carry out tasks that require highly precise activities. And then on the lower part, you can see people who actually face troubles, experience problems when they have to travel because they lost the vision. And last but not least, the blurry vision correspond to these people that lost, visual accuracy. And then you can see here a triptych made by an association from the Basque Country, Guipúzcoa, to be exact, with the different features of people with low vision. And there are some different aspects that are being tackled, which are highly related to totally blind people as well as people with reduced vision. You can see here an image of the information, but if you log in, apart from this information, you will be able to watch a video which is very informative. Now, let's talk about the design of accessibility. Oftentimes, people talk about what we have to take into account, especially based on a compromise, a commitment, by the entities, by the associations that are going to be involved in this. Also, we need to know that this is a multidisciplinary work and a cross-cutting work, meaning that any department has to be involved. The image that you can see here is an infographic that was carried out by Calicrats, a company, and you can see the different symbols, the different chains and different parts of the chains correspond to different people with different disabilities. All the steps that they have to make when it comes, for example, to access a museum. Many people talk about this. Information. Gather information on the web page, clear information, detailed information, updated information. Otherwise, it will not be useful when it comes to reach the museum because chances are that you don't have the right accessibility. Also, something very interesting to know is that when it comes to reach to access the museum, the personnel needs to be informed about how the sensory accessibility elements are found in place, or we need to know the complementary elements that we can use, and also to share that experience and to come back, of course, to go back home with friends, family members, etc. Also, and Vanesa said, we should respect the user independence, as much as possible. If not possible, we need to provide solutions, deliver solutions. Sometimes, we solve, accessibility problems that we're not able to solve, especially with access to heritage. So, in this case, it allows to enjoy it anywhere. Regarding the accessibility measures that can be implemented, we have the visual measures that allow people with a reduced vision to take advantage of that, to benefit from that. So people with a visual disability, disability, these type of measures facilitate, favors, these people ability to reach different facilities. Also, the tactile, touch sensitive measures allow us to identify those spaces. Also, the smelling measures and connect us with our memory in order to remember some things. And also, warn us about damages, about risks. Also, technology measures, as Ramiro said, are so important. And since technology has been implemented, our task, daily activities, daily life activities have become much easier for us. We are now able to do things that we couldn't imagine, 2 or 3 years ago. And now, with the specific tools for more specific people with visual disability, and within the, for example, this is an image of the main square in Madrid. You can see some signaling bands, strips that facilitate the traveling of people with disability. And it's because it is an open space with no references. It's highly complicated for people to travel around. So these signaling strips are very important and are being established and are being actually stand out from the floor regarding the texture as well as the color for people with disabilities. And then in the building, you can see how this can be also being implemented. These signaling strips and this type of buildings, for example. The staircases, we can actually play with these measures that stand out above the already existing elements. Within the specific tools, we facilitate people. It's not about adapting the environment, but tools that are provided to people with disabilities. Of course, we always try to take into account the global aspect. I mean, not just the people with disabilities, but tools that can be actually used by anybody. In this sense, we have the optic aids that anybody can use, of course, people with disabilities as well as others. People with disabilities usually already have those type of aids on, such as magnification glasses, etc. These are type of characters that we are going to describe further on. And the multimedia audio guides that help us to carry out multi-sensory activities and also adaptive visits with specific materials, even with fewer people, for example, so that they can actually be available for some specific contents. I will show you some examples now. Some of the examples are quite simple. You can see here, a business card, a presentation card. You can see the image of the presentation card over here, which is the normal presentation card that you can think of, very visual. You can see again the card with the information, and then on the rear part you can apply the adaptation part. You can see the QR sign QR whenever it is scanned. The person with a visual disability can easily find it. And the interesting part is that in the mobile phone, the information, contact information, the details of the person appears. So just to clicking on Save, you have all the data gathered of that contract. And that facilitates, that is, favors, you know, is very useful for people with disabilities, but also with people without them. Then we have Braille programs and also other type of programs. For example, these are some examples that we completed at the Town Council of Madrid, the Villa Summertime. On the left, you can see the image of the cover page of these programs, but also you can see the QR code that lead us to the web page with information. Then you have an image of the texts that requires some adaptations, some adjustments. It's not about just using the same text, but some adaptations are necessary. And the same brochure program, macro characters test is included to facilitate reading not only to people with reduced vision, but also to other type of people. And also some of the brochures that we publish with an association that we work with, another station was made of some relieved images. It was a story tale for children, of course, and we thought it was very interesting to adapt such images to this target audience, to children. Perhaps we have to remove part of the information so that, you know, we don't saturate a person with this disability. Here's another example of a program made in Navarra Museum. It was a traveling exhibition for Tiziano exhibition. And when it was designed, the Calibrates company also carried it out. We thought about an image, and the image needs to be described. This is an essential format, digital format, sorry, but it needs to be adapted. Images need to be adapted. I'm going to show you briefly what, you know, someone will read, you know, and when scanning the image.
Descripción de la obra. El cuadro es un óleo sobre lienzo en horizontal que retrata una escena dentro de una habitación. El cuadro se caracteriza por ser oscuro en general, pero la zona en primer plano destaca por su claridad.
Bueno, no sé si os
I don't know if you notice, but the screen reader, goes very fast. But with some adjustments, some adaptations made by the users according to their needs, can actually go slower or faster. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay. So it's a synthetic voice, okay, computer voice. In this case, tactile reproductions. We have a medium plane with the museum. Then we also have hand plans, the MACMA and the Barcelona Contemporary Art Museum, as tactile reproductions, which is part of the another tactile production in the Science Museum of Madrid, which is a dinosaur, as you can see. There are 4 pieces. One of these bears the macro characters, and a QR code is right here on the right, so you can see it. By scanning this code, the information of the audio guide reaches. We can hear that information. Let me show you.
Al segundo cráneo que se presenta localizado en la parte izquierda de la estación táctil.
This is for you just to see the type of voice. In this case, this is a human voice. Now, this is a reproduction, a 3D printing image or reproduction of the ammonotech, which has been done a Media Lab in Madrid, which is a working team in which I participate to make adaptations of work arts so are comprehensible to people with disabilities. Some of them, each one has different limitations, different adaptations where necessary. I don't know what is more interesting right now, according to the environment, according to the activity, of course. Then we have the book made by an artist from Barcelona. What is taken into account are the real materials, the materials, and this scale model was adapted. You can see the temperature, the texture, the materials, and of course the shape of them. And in this case, we see an image of a painting. So what we do is make adaptations, image adaptation to relief. We call it, the tactile papers or pages. So the main image of the work is being reproduced on relief with any detail, any characteristic. In this case, as Ramiro said, we can also apply technology. In this case, in this project, there are different markers, a type of QR codes, a signature, intelligent signature that is being used through different devices. You can find it on the internet if you want. I'm not going to talk about it. It is called the Navilen technology. With this, actually, your mobile phone can apply this technology. We also have another element to facilitating element to facilitate access to different activities. This is a tactile visit to a theater in Madrid, which is about, for people with disabilities, visual disabilities, to access, to go to the stage, to enjoy the stage, the elements included in the stage, dressing, etc., so that they can find a context for the play. It is easier for them to understand. This is another activity that is carried out in the Museum Reina Sofia, Queen, which is seen and not seen. So for those people without a disability, get to know what type of tools are used by people with disability to access contents, either photograph, either painting, sculpture, etc. And what I deem as very important is, which is the new normality. Thanks to this type of tools that I design and I describe, it seems that it's going to vanish, it disappears, which is a pity. With all difficulties that we are facing because the new state, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, now we're trying to maintain, the passing spaces, the different devices to maintain the safety buffers zone and different sanitary elements. Here you can see a brochure from the Foundation that more or less provides a description of all of these accesses, all these elements that I mentioned. Regarding future challenges, I would say that Accessibility is a cross-cutting theme, multidisciplinary aspect. We need to claim, the technicians to provide accessibility, technicians that we work in this issue. There is an association at a national level of technicians working in universal accessibility, and also very important is users' engagement in designing and the validation of the product. We need to find elements, we need to find the excellence, the quality of materials and tools that we design, because it's not about using anything. We need quality. And also a very important problem that it is raised in different contexts is the users accessibility. The problem that users really do not get to take advantage, use some of the activities. And then the standardization of devices. No, we don't know how to use all of them, so we need to learn how to use all of them. Not only that, but also we need to provide solutions to those people who do not use that technology. Both things need to coexist. And as I said, the new normality and COVID-19. A short and the last one, please do not interrupt me. Passion, overcome. Passion is overwhelming. So accessibility is a right, business opportunity, quality element. So if you want everybody to have accessibility, we can actually gain an inclusive culture. This is an ongoing process, quality process, and all of us need to be engaged. So you can see the contact details there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know it's very interesting. There are many things to talk about, and you have given a lot of examples that are going to be very useful for everybody that are watching us. So I think we're going to have a little bit more time for the debate so we can talk further on these measurements, and this is very interesting. What is all the problems we're having with accessibility measurements in the COVID times? So I pass the floor to Antonio Jesus Vega Peña, who is the Chief Executive and founder of the Comunicados company that is sign language. He's the son of deaf people and very close to associations as is normal by having deaf parents, right? In 2015, together with Inmaculada Hortal, this communication company is working the communicational, addressing communication issues in societies and working so hard to achieve their goals. So, hey, how are you doing? I'm sorry, Antonio, we cannot hear you. Hello? This is a typical problems with the mic. Such a presentation. You made me rush, so I'm getting nervous before I start my presentation. You have 25 minutes for your speech. So 5 minutes before you finish, I'm going to let you know in case you are talking farther than you should. Okay, so first, let's try to share your presentation. Let's see. Yeah, can you see it? Yes. But it is not in full screen mode. Now? No. I think you have to stop sharing the screen and then come back in when your presentation is already in full screen. And then tap the tab key. So let's try something else. I work with technology, but I'm not so good at it. It's funny. We are trying to fix all these technical issues. This is something typical in the direct mode. It is normal for these kind of workshops. When it's online. Now? No. No, it's again in this mode that it looks like you're working on it. Let's try it again, and then we can ask from the organization, the guys who are working in the organization to help us with this issue. Now, yes, let's change the first screen just to try. Yes, yes, perfect. Thank you. Perfect. I'm sorry. Now you have a little bit less time. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank the organization and the Castilla and Leon government to ask me to participate, and congrats to all our colleagues that are participating in this project. I learned a lot, and you have given master classes about accessibility, so I'm not going to talk much more because I stole some minutes to myself. So let's just start talking with this title of my presentation. It's called Invisible Barriers for Accessibility to Deaf People Cultural Heritage. As Vanessa was talking about, I am son of a deaf parent, so since I was a little one, we used to travel a lot and enjoy of the cultural heritage, but in different way, because we usually had a lot of barriers that are usually invisible for a general population, because deaf persons doesn't look like having physical disabilities, since you can just detect that just when you talk to them while using sign language. So as my sister, together with my sister, we had been mediators for our parents, so we could participate in the cultural life and heritage while we were traveling and visiting. Before I start, I would like to talk about deaf people, since as all the groups, there are a lot of it has a lot of diversity. You can see here many images. So before we start, let's talk about two different kinds of people. The first one, that are pre-locutives. They lost the hearing before learning language, for example, my parents. And the deaf people who are locative. It means like they lost hearing after learning language. So after 1, 2, 3 years, no matter if it's because of an accident, or they have some notions of language, nuances. So they have some ways of communication, for example, by sign language. This is official language in Spain, and there are two official languages. One is the Spanish Sign Language, and the other one is the Catalonian Sign Language. And on the other side, there is the oral method, which you use your own voice to communicate. And in order to hear, you need technical aids, as for example, a hearing aid or a magnetic loop. The hearing aid, it amplifies the sound and discriminate noises, so it can focus on the sound. And the magnetic loop is a surgery that you use has the same objective through the hearing nerve, so it can help the person to have better hearing. So it has some different. It can work differently for depending on the user, but it depends also on research, since bilingualism also can be used, since you can combine sign language and oral language, so they can be very successful, as we can see in our country. Also, I would like to talk about the deaf-blind people, as Chiska were talking about the necessity of blind people, and the deaf-blind people are in the middle of both worlds, and they have very specific requirements. As for example, you can imagine, well, here you can see one of these persons who is a very famous actress, and she shows all the measurements she uses to understand, as for example, use an interpreter who is interpreting the languages by using the deaf-blind person's hands to communicate themselves, or using the technologies to help the deaf-blind person to understand the whole communication. Deaf-blind people usually are born in that way, but they are they can also develop this impairment through time. So after talking about the diversity of blind deaf people, let's talk about the barriers and accessibility to heritage. This is the first stage we find when a deaf person wants to research about information between traveling. For example, he wants to plan a visit to heritage visit, for example. So a deaf person, usually, they find information, they find the place where they can find information. For example, I go to Valladolid, let's find information where I can find this information. With my parents was that way. With my parents, used to take the guide, and we were reading a little bit through it in this guidebook and about the stories, history, and the museums. And it is important to highlight that not all deaf people have a correct understanding, since education since long time ago was different, since it was not accessible before. For example, for deaf people who were able to use many resources, it was very complex. So there were a lot of school drops due to these issues, and it makes learning more difficult. I saw that since I was a little child, so we had many times, my sister and I had many times to imitate words or sign language in those visits, so to help my parents. Nowadays, education has changed, it's true, and all the youngsters have a better understanding to these kind of disabilities, but there's still a lack of accessibility for people with these disabilities, for example, in high school, and it can be a big complication for them. Coming back to the current situation, when we want to travel, the first thing we do is try to access digital information. So this digital information we can search through websites or social media should be accessible. So it can be accessible for a deaf person and learn information before visiting. So if this is not accessible, it is actually implying an exclusion of the deaf person. So nowadays, when we talk about this, we refer to 95% of digital information, which it doesn't make it too accessible to everybody. There is also in-situ information, as for example, when they go to travel agencies with the objective of getting information about events and cultural heritage, and if they are not able to communicate, in case there is a customer who is deaf, with the assistant, you can ask information with equal footing. There is a tweet here I really like from a deaf person who is talking actually about something that's very important, and sometimes we forget about. Deaf persons travel alone with friends, family, business travels. We pay as all the others, but we receive a not complete service, and many times because it is not, they don't understand, or there is a lack of knowledge. So our own safety is compromised, and our dignity, of course. So deaf persons, they don't really get any kind of benefits for being deaf. They receive the same benefits as the rest of the people. What are the solutions we can find in order to have these digital solutions to be working so it can be accessible? For example, here we have an example in which we can mention the Madrid City's Hall together with the Inclusion Network about accessibility. And this is the Christmas campaign called Madrid Sana Navidad. There is a tab here that it brings you to all the accessibility measurements together with the cultural program. As for example, in or outdoor events are held in the city. To have this information accessible, we have to remember 3 measurements. One is having subtitles, sign language, and infographic and images support. You have mentioned before, so I'm not going to talk much about that, that if the subtitles are supporting easy read measurements. It can make that the comprehension can be universal for everybody, so it's direct. It can make it direct and easy for everybody through easy read. Also, it is important to follow the rules, as for example, the color codes and the sign language also. It has to be visible and in the official language. Of course, in this case, the Spanish language. And always use images and infographics to make it more useful, to support a better comprehension. I'm sorry for Esther because I know I'm going too fast and I know she's an amazing professional. By the way, I want to congratulate all the sign language interpreters since yesterday was the day of the sign language interpreters. They are doing an amazing job. So congratulations and thank you very much. If you can please show the Christmas video of Madrid and we can see an example of how this accessibility works in digital information and how we can apply these methods. Now, Christmas have arrived in the Madrid City Hall and with a culture program full of activities that are accessible for all the whole audience. From December 21st to January 5th, you could enjoy with your family and friends of childhood storytelling and workshops and concerts and events with magnetic loop for everybody who needs that, and high-tech backpacks, vibratory backpacks for hearing impairments, and also dancing and theater that are described in situ, and also performing walkings for people with visual disabilities and intellectual disabilities. Also, you could visit the City Hall nativity to know what is the program, and the Epiphany parade. All the information about dates and places and schedule and accessibility measures of all these activities and many other more, you could check them in the accessibility tab within the website navidadmadrid.com. So we wait for you. Happy Christmas and Merry Christmas and have a great time. Very well. So you have already seen this video, and I hope it was very informative for you. And it is very important to remember to consider in the communication the accessibility. It is like trying to apply accessibility measure in a concert, and you don't tell deaf people about that. So nobody's going to go there. Therefore, it is very important, or as important, to create these accessibility measures and also communicate them. In situ solutions, before we used to use, for example, an agency, travel agency, and when a deaf person goes to a travel agency or tourist office and they need to communicate to the speaker, what is the solution we can adopt in order to have this deaf person able to communicate? For example, technical aids for deaf people, as for example hearing aids or magnetic loops. Also, we could use the chat, as also helps this communication, plus the sign language interpreter. And in this way, I'm going to talk to you about two different cases. For example, we have a travel agency in which the community, the agency tries to have accessibility, online accessibility. Therefore, they use the sign language interpreter online, so they allow to have an open communication between the worker and the tourist. Therefore, if then an agency has this requirement, or the deaf person has the requirement, they can just communicate through this kind of aid. For example, a tourist office, there are many of them in Madrid. They incorporate the sign language interpreter within their services, as for example, They also they work as in the office as a worker, but they also know the sign language. Therefore, it enables them to also communicate to deaf persons. All these measures should be there at first, so it helps to have these measures implement, and the cost will be not so high, taking into consideration all the return that is going to happen in these kind of situations. When we visit this heritage, we can find these barriers. So we decided to go. We go there. We have the information, and now that we go to where the heritage is placed, is located, we find out that it is enclosed or it is outdoor. The monuments and the walking visits, and they have a culture program that we want to be able to access. But here we find barriers that we were talking about, as it can happen in enclosed places. As many times, for example, we were not able to access this place, and we had to call somebody but you cannot, because you cannot communicate, and you are already there at the museum. So there is nobody there to help you to communicate in sign language, or there's not technical helps as magnetic loop or an interpreter guide for example, a deaf-blind person, or braille method. This kind of issue is a barrier, since if you cannot communicate at the door of these kind of places, building, it is making having the communication completely inaccessible. But if you didn't have the information correctly previously to go to the visit to this place, it is normal that you don't know what's the history of this cultural heritage. You don't know information about this culture and of this place, so you are not able to really receive this information because it is not accessible. So the cultural program should be accessible also, since it is created, and the idea should be very clear for everybody, and we should know what are the measures were made for this cultural program. Here I have some of the examples that I know about, since they are adopting already in accessibility measures. In one side, we can talk about the National Museum or the Seville Cathedral in several different cities, or the gastronomy heritage in the Ribera del Duero wineries. They are also adapting accessibility measures since many years ago, as for example, in the Valladolid Museum of National Sculpture. The Orange Foundation has applied since many years ago accessibility measures and advice technology. So through Sino guides, they were able to provide information. And in Seville Cathedral was happening the same. They were using websites or mobile apps, so they could help the users to understand what the guide was talking about. And also in the Valladolid wineries, they are available Sino guides for deaf persons through, so they are able to access the content. So what are the accessibility solutions? So here we're going to focus a little bit more on what we were talking, and we are keep repeating all the time the same technologies, but in different kind of uses. The magnetic loop, as we were talking about, it is a technical aid that takes the sound through a receptor and uses a perimeter area with an inductive place, so the deaf person can receive a very clear sound without all the noises that are in the environment surrounding this person. Here you can see a small image about how it works, the different parts of this magnetic loop, where is the hearing aid and the magnetic loop, so this deaf person can receive the signals. This is a very important measure, since this deaf person gets into an enclosed place, and it should be easy to find. So through this logo that is the T with a slash on top of this T. And these measures associated to sign language has also to be easy to understand, to see. As Vanessa was saying, it should always be ready and it should be trained, so they should know what are the accessibility measures and how to provide them to people who have those requirements. We talked about the Sino guides before, which are apps, mobile apps or any other systems as QR codes, in which it allows people to have guided visit, and they could follow with sign language or subtitles. Here you have an image where you see how it works, and it works through the cell phone, so you could access to all the content without a present in situ sign language interpreter, so you can adapt all the content while you are walking around. Antonio, 4 minutes. That's very important, having this braille interpreter. Accessibility measures in monumental cities. As we were talking about before, the Sino guides and magnetic loops and interpreters, that it allows to do the same inside or outdoor monuments. Also, barriers in leisure and cultural events that are taking place outside, for example, the theaters and the catering. So if this city is not disability friendly, it will not help people to go there. What are the solutions for outdoor programs? Is still the sign language interpreters, plus the performance itself, and the technical aids as the vibratory backpacks and the magnetic loop, and the communication that are accessible for everyone. As we were talking about the Christmas program, we need to communicate information. We should provide information about each event. And the theater solutions, I'm going to try to be short. They try to translate music through a magnetic loop. It means through a magnetic loops to vibrations. So it hears the cue. I remember how they used to do deaf people in the concert, that they used to put their faces on the speakers so they could feel the vibrations, and it allows deaf people to enjoy music in this way for everybody. This was the first event in Carlos III technology event with support where they could receive all the subtitles or sign language through this aid, as you can see in this image. So if there is a couple that one of them is deaf and the other one is not, they could enjoy of this event, both of them with just one accessibility measure, magnetic loop that we already said, and the subtitling. It is important that leisure is always available for everybody. So when you go somewhere, you always want to have the hotel workers available to you for everybody. So when you have a problem, they could help you right away. It is about everything in general. So you always feel that everything is accessible to you whenever you go, wherever you go. So, for example, you have here in the image a video of the sign language interpreter helping in the hotel, or the oral reading. I'm going too quick, and I think the producers are going to kick me out, but it is very important to have a feedback each time that we are part of a cultural event. We need to have we have to consider always accessibility measures to have feedback for the users themselves, to compile all information, to know what they think about the accessibility measures that they took place. So all of that will improve our reputation of our cultural heritage, and in general to everybody who are living in the city and are part of it. So I'm sorry for being so fast, but I talk too much when I'm so passionate about such a topic. So thank you very much to the producers, interpreters, and the whole equipment, and team, sorry, and Vanesa and Castilla and León, the government, and the opportunity of being here. I'm so sorry, Esther, for going so fast. Esther, I think your hands are burning. So thank you to Esther for the interpretation. And from my side, I think I finished. I'm doing well on time. Yes, yes. Thank you, colleague. Remembering that I started so badly. Yes, some of our participants have said through the chat that you had a lapsus while talking about, instead of saying nuclear implants, you said magnetic loops. I'm sorry. It was not a problem later on, but it was clear. So please, participants, you can talk about that, the difference between a magnetic loop and a nuclear implant. If it is necessary, we will talk about that later. Thank you very much, Antonio. And in the debate we're going to have later, we will talk about that. And now I'm going to pass the floor to our next good practices, that it goes with César Linares.
He's the chief executive of the company Communication Accessibility, which is specialized in accessible projects. It presents communication for companies, public and private companies, produces, and it works in the audiovisual production, event organization, and specialized in accessible communication. I don't know if César is somewhere there. César, are you there? Good morning, Vanessa. How are you today? Yes, I'm fine. I'm very pleased to be here. Quality and the papers. Although I don't have much time, but I'm trying to be brief about what we do here. Thank you, Vanessa, and thank you for your organization. You have 10 minutes, okay, César? So if I get, I can warn you about, timing, a minute before you have to finish, okay? Good morning, everybody. In my case, accessibility didn't come from the beginning. Our company is aimed at audiovisual communication, especially video production events. We combine artistic and corporative elements. So it was something that happened by chance because I remember that I was asked to provide my opinion how to improve a museum. So I was asked for my advice for this improvement, museum improvement. So by looking through different formats, I came across there was some cinema accessible to blind people, and that was something that it was very curious for me, and it drove my attention. So from there, I started to make some research about how a museum can be accessible to everybody. It was a real discovery for me, and because it was the artistic part, in which senses are very important to play with senses and emotions, and from there, and we started to get to know more about those techniques. So we could say we can call sensory transposition. That means making some stimulus to become another type of stimulus, which were the base of this visual by light stimulus, by variation in different things that we tried to adapt. That was just the beginning. It was a success, an innovative success. We always try to be very innovative, and from there we started to work very hard. Actually, we've been working for 7 years in that direction, trying to make the companies, organizations are available for everybody. And now all clients want an accessible communication for everybody, but we're trying to convince them and to give them advice. And I'm going to share my screen with you. Let me show you the first slide. Accessibility for 10% of people is essential, otherwise they couldn't live they couldn't live without it. 40% is necessary, accessibility is necessary, because otherwise they couldn't be free from doing any other things. And for the 100% of people, you know, it's something comfortable, you know, convenience, comfortable. All of us prefer, you know, the accessibility when we go to a museum or visit something like that, right? So 100% of people are going to benefit from that, take advantage of that. And these other slides, you can see this data correspond to a big project made on about a museum, cafeteria, etc. We're not talking about disabilities. We're talking about difference among people. For example, difference regarding height, weight, people who carry, you know, cars or minor children. So 100% of the target population, a museum, a center, mall, you know, 20% is the target group. We're not talking about disabilities, but we're talking about futures of people. So if we actually focus on some accessibility techniques, perhaps not 100%, but 80% will be reached. So it is very important. This is very important for everybody to know, because in the end, this is a question that perhaps a selfish, you know, selfish that our project, if our project doesn't reach everybody. So heritage managers, cultural managers are very sure about this. They should take this into account. Also, accessibility to these resource accessibilities and heritage, cultural heritage, you can see here there are two different parts, artistic and corporative or business parts. Any experience can be profitable. It can be, for example, a visit to a winery or to cultural heritage or exhibition of different formats. There are different ways to do it. One of the ways we can do it is by, of course, you can see here different techniques that you can use. The use of technologies, we realize that the use of technologies help us, especially, I mean, help us to deaf and blind people to reach any tourist resources with those techniques. For example, a mobile phone and the use of internet, you know, this is just enough for us to access any center. Regarding, you know, exhibitions and museums, as I said, you know, that project about museum that I talked to you about before and at the beginning, this is about adding value to a place, this case a chapel, a very old chapel that was close to them. So through other visual show, to visualize it at a specific point by using light, sound, vibration, and anything that involves 5.1 or sound stimuli, etc., to add value to space. That's what we call the audiovisual show. On the other hand, and all the knowledge that we gain throughout the years helped us to think, to realize what we say the 7-6 guide. The 7-ES guide. We realize how we can reach people, you know, through different contexts. This guide is based. Sorry, I skipped it. 7 guide is based on any tourist visit, any guided visit, you know, that person might not be knowledgeable about sign interpretation, but can actually help to those visitors, you know, a self-guided visit, you know, the one you can actually experience when you go to a museum to see different paintings, you know, through these mobile phones, either yours or others, the organization lends to us, you know, you can actually complete the visit, you know. We're talking about the different disabilities, physical, intellectual, sensory, etc. So when we cannot access, you know, to a place, because, for example, let's say that it is impossible to install an elevator in the castle, we have the chance to carry out a virtual simulation, and we have an ample range of opportunities for people to actually see these places. And it can be useful to get to know any museum from, for example, a school classroom. We always talk about high quality content contents made by professions, communication professionals through animations, through explanations with graphic resources. We can do with this to make comprehension much easier, you know. For us, it's very important. Comprehension is very important because usually museums are focused on contents made by highly specialized technicians, but not adapted to everybody. So oftentimes museums are not even access to the vast majority of people. So the language accessibility is also very important. Language is very important. Oftentimes, I say, when you see large content written in a non-simple and a very complicated content language, you know, we are excluding 80% of the population that are now going to access it because of that. Here on the left, you can see some data. If we have time, I will go over those data. This self-guide allow us to cover different sightseeing and location, self-guided, guided visits in several languages. We can actually reach the vast majority of people. Perhaps not everybody, but a huge amount. And projects usually are tailored projects, and content can be scalable. For example, we can begin with the main 2 or 3 points of a city, and then we can grow and increase, you know, all these points according to the financing, to the funding. Of course, we can include the main accessible city to these points, waiting to grow. And to stimulate, to promote, you know, the audiovisual stimuli. You can use, of course, you can use that with children and people, for foreigners, of course, foreign visitors with the different mobility situations. But of course, you know, the teaching use for schools, as well as in congresses and fairs where visitors go to a city, but they have no time to get informed. We can install these two tactile or touch sensitive screens, and the visitors who cannot don't have time, you know, they can also get informed through this information. Fixed information points and tourist information center, because tourist centers sometimes are closed, and this can be closed 24 hours a day. So we can do that through a fixed point. Also, we can complement with urban information about transportation, emergency services, these events. This guy will gather all the necessary information for the visitor. That's a seventh guide. This experience with the heritage and tourist heritage resources are divided in the video guide and visual show. When we created from scratch, all the whole visit can be the video's 7 cents guide when it's more useful when the tourist resources are already created. So we can make it accessible through the audio guide, because sometimes it can be accessible. People can be trained to receive, you know, the people with disability tests can be easy to read. We can create anything in an inclusive way. And when that happens, 7 cent guide can be used to make these resource accessible. And now I'm down talking about training. This is something that sometimes people don't realize. It's very important that people working in that resource are trained so that they are able to care for those people with disabilities, to actually be qualified people, as Antonio Vega said, you know, with a video interpretation, with a sign interpreter. You need to take into account all this need in order to meet their needs and to have the experience, the necessary experience. Otherwise, when people go there, you know, they are not afraid. They are going to encounter this type of barriers. So people who are not trained, it's very hard for those people who are not trained because they don't know how to talk with deaf blind people. They don't know if they have to look at their eyes or they have to look at any other place. So we are talking with the audiovisual show and video 7-cent guide. I will finish off by showing some data of the Healy tourist project, which is very interesting, a market research study. We know there are 127,000 people who are disabled, and we are going to see how people rather to travel. More than half, 40% hire by themselves or book, trips by themselves. So we need to actually give the opportunity to these people to book by themselves. So we need to have accessible web page and customer service also accessible. People with disability usually travel between 2 and 3 times a year. And a great number of people actually travel up to 6 times a year. So it's very important to know that we need to make our tourist resorts make them accessible. Especially, of course, they usually travel in summertime, but then they also travel throughout the year. So you have only 1 minute. Okay, I will provide them the most important data. And then we also made this research with a great group, with a large number of people. Here it's very important to say that tourists prefer to go to the sun and the beach, but then UNESCO cities are most interesting places for those people who travel, and they are at the same level. I mean, the sun and beach tourists, at the same level as rural tourism. So it seems like the trends are changing. The satisfaction fulfillment degree is the lowest. So they want to access these tourist resources. And this is what I wanted to say. And if you have any doubt, if you want to make any tourist resources available, accessible, you can actually log into 7 Cents and see our email. And thank you very much. Interesting. You always learn, when it comes to accessibility, and it's very interesting the comparison you made, how the assistance changes the percentage of visitors when you offer accessible activities to everybody. Not only to those with disability, but also to others, from 20 to 80%, it's amazing, really. So I encourage all the heritage and tourism managers to ask us. We are very willing, we are anxious to solve any question, to answer any question. Cesar, if we have a little bit of time for the discussion, we can continue with this issue. So now we've finished these good practice speeches with the last video by Asofil from Castilla y León. Asofil is Association Deaf and Blind People Association from Castilla y León, which is integrated and led by deaf blind people working for the full integration and independence, and to provide quality social educational programs. And we are going to see the video about what type of care and services they deliver. So please, should we watch a video?
Perfect. Here we go. It can be interpreted. My name is Patricia, and I am the president of the Deaf and Blind Association in Castilla and León, ASOCIAL. That means that we are people who cannot see or hear. Since we have double disability, we have a lot of disability in our daily life. But in ASOCIAL, we always have help available for anything we need, for example, to go to the hospital or do any kind of management or know what's happening around the world, or even travel trips that are adapted to everybody and many other activities. I live in Valladolid, and I had a disease with which I was losing my sight. After checking my eyes, my sight, I had a loss of 80%, and I was so nervous and worrying because I was going to become completely blind. So I really needed interpreters to communicate myself, and I didn't know what I was going to do in my life. Then I heard about the association who were helping deaf blind people, and here I could communicate, and I didn't feel so alone. I was happy. In this association, they make activities, workshops, information, everything we need. In our houses, with our families, we don't have that help, that aid, so that's a very specific help. But here, each week, there are weeks and current activities, and we could be able to communicate to our colleagues and friends, and it makes us happy, and it's a nice place to stay. I really want to appreciate all the work they do in this association. Here, most part of them have Usher syndrome, because that means that they were born deaf, and through their adolescence, they started to lose their sight. Then they started to learn the sign language since they were children, and they use sign language to communicate. The ones who didn't lose their sight yet, so they still can see in some way, somewhat. If they still have good conditions, they can communicate in the long distance. That means like they do sign language as the same with the deaf person, but they do it a little bit more reduced, so the person can see you. It's like if they see through a tunnel. If they cannot see anything at all, they need to have it with support. That means they touch your hands while you do the sign language. I like mainly to see deaf-blind people when they are happy. They are satisfied and happy and smiling. That means that our activities are well done, so they are well adapted and people like it. That means a lot to us. Smile tell us that they are happy. That's a work with a lot of sacrifice, and it takes a lot of efforts, but at the end, if they are happy, we are happy because we have done a good job. That's the important part for me. For me, it was a suffering. I was suffering all the time, but we have forgotten, because in this society, they forget about your own limitations. You are just one more. You participate, you communicate, you do what other persons are doing on the street. Okay, that was the video that ASOCIAL gave us. So it's important, Maria José, to know other realities, and this one is not known at all, because about these deaf, blind people. I completely agree with you, Vanessa. Well, at the end, we are a little bit late, so we couldn't generate some debate. I've heard that we don't have any questions, so this is going to help us have a couple of more minutes to have our conclusions. So I'm going to share again the conclusions screenshot as the screen. So Maria José, the director and the maker of all these events, she's going to give us her own conclusions, and I'm going to do it from a point of view that is more like technical. So can you wait a second? Now I have technical problems. How can it be possible? No, I have it here. I have the PPT here. Okay, this is what happens when you are on live. Whenever you want, you can start with my presentation. Okay, here we go. Through the whole event, there was a lot of information and many ideas. So we're leaving this event with a lot of tools and information, and we're getting closer to disabilities, accessibility. We have talked a lot about the requirement of having this accessibility universal for everybody in this world. It should be universal. This is an important concept, and having a high quality accessibility and also normalize it. I mean, there is not a recipe. This is not so easy. It is essential to design from right now or adapt regarding the project, considering the project or entity, to remember that we have to consider everyone and remember that there are many accessibility measures that are not the same, so they are not value. Not everybody can use the same measure. So they were saying this during the first time, the first stage of the presentation, that there are some people who need sign language, but some others need the subtitling depending on the mother tongue. Therefore, it really helps and support a most important audience for people without hearing disability, for example. Therefore, it is important to adapt to the circumstances and incorporate it from minute one, and have the accessibility professionals and disability professionals, in which it was highly important. We should use the right measures, not just the ones we just find, and we need to search for high quality professionals, the ones that they know the most, to make it in the best way possible. I also insist in that accessibility is not a cost, but an investment. It's something we have to do. So we should stop thinking about it is costing a lot of money for a minority. We shouldn't think that way. We have to think that the accessibility gives quality, and it helps us get into everybody's life. So it helps us to put the person in the center. That's the most important part of our projects. Because regarding cultural heritage, we want everybody to enjoy this cultural heritage. From my side, I always like to finish with this sentence. Everything is, even if it looks like it's finished, everything is starting, it's beginning. So we still have a lot to do in this world, and I want to thank you again for your attention and your suggestions. Thank you for being there, for your interest. And for anything you need, please contact us. And I pass the floor to Maria José to provide us her feedback and finish with this workshop today and being so interesting.
Muchas gracias, Vanessa.
Thank you,
La
Vanessa.
verdad es que ha sido
It
un
was a real
auténtico placer
pleasure
poder
to
participar
participate
en la
in the
organización de esta
organization of
jornada.
this conference.
Yo también
I
disfruto
also
del patrimonio
enjoy the
cultural.
cultural
Cuando
heritage.
pensaba en cómo se
And when I
podía
was thinking
organizar, qué
about
podíamos
organizing this
hacer
conference
como
and what
actividades centrales
activities
del
as a
proyecto
center
HERIT-US,
actions
la
for
idea
this
era organizar
heritage
algo que fuese útil,
project,
que
I
nos
thought
sirviese a
about doing
todos
something that
para
will be
darnos
useful
cuenta,
for
para abrirnos los
everybody to
ojos,
open our
para
eyes
quitarnos ese velo, ¿no?
to
Que
because
muchas veces tenemos por
sometimes the
desconocimiento.
lack of knowledge make us blind.
Yo también
So
disfruto, nace de ahí.
this
La
comes from
cultura
here,
no es elitista,
we
no debe
shouldn't be
serlo. La
elitist.
cultura nace
We
de
should
todos
be
nosotros y es
open
para
for
todos nosotros. Y
everybody.
cada uno
Heritage should be
tiene
for
que sentirse
everybody, and
libre para
everybody should
disfrutarla
feel
de
free
la
to
manera
enjoy
que
and
más le
the
apetezca.
way they
Y en
wish
ese
they
sentido,
want.
bueno, pues hemos
So that's
intentado
why
realizar
we
unos
try to
talleres en el día de
organize
ayer desde
these
un punto de vista más
workshops in the
práctico,
most practical
lanzarnos un poco a
way
la piscina con todas las
to
limitaciones que
actually
supone utilizar un
start
medio
this
puramente
project
online.
and
Perdemos
to
cantidad de sentidos y
start
más allá
working
del
with all
olfato,
the
perdemos
limitations that we
el
had.
ambiente que se crea
We
cuando uno
try
está en un
to
grupo,
create
las sensaciones se multiplican.
environment,
Bueno,
how
es completamente
sensors
diferente.
are multiplied.
Pero sí que es
So
cierto que, bueno, pues ahí
indeed,
hemos
we
estado.
try
También queda
to
subido al link de la Junta de
from
Castilla
the
y León. Esta jornada tenía
regional
un
government,
carácter
they
eminentemente
actually try
teórico,
to take
muchísimo más
part of it.
teórico. Se trataba
Although
de que
this
entre
is
todos
mostly
aprendiésemos
theoretical
y de dar cabida a
project, but
todas
we
y
try
cada
to
una de
answer
las
all
visiones
questions and
posibles.
provide any
Estoy
point
muy
of view.
agradecida a los ponentes por lo que
I'm
vais a
very
permitir,
appreciate,
que agradezca
all the
muy
speakers for their
especialmente a los miembros
participation,
del
but
grupo de
also
interés.
but I would like to
ASPAYM,
appreciate the
ASPACE, CAU
participation
Valladolid,
of the
Museo de la
members of
Evolución
ASPAYM,
Humana,
the
se ven de comunicación
Museum,
audiovisual y
Human
ASPAYM.
Evolution
Muchas
Museum,
gracias,
ASPAYM,
gracias
as I said,
infinitas por vuestra colaboración
everybody, all the
absolutamente
partners, thank you so
desinteresada desde
much
el
for your
minuto uno de este
collaboration
proyecto.
in this
Quiero
project.
dejar
I also want
sentado
to
que creo que esa es la
clarify
base de
that this
todo,
is
es la
the
colaboración.
foundation.
Vamos a
Collaboration is a
escucharnos,
foundation
vamos
for
a aprender
anything.
unos de
Let's
otros.
learn from
El
each
reto al
other
final
because
es un
this
reto
is
pequeñito. Es
our challenge
simple
after
y
all,
llanamente
that means
querernos un poquito,
to
escucharnos unos a
listen
otros,
to
intentar
each
trabajar
other, to work
juntos.
together.
Muchas
And
gracias a
thank you
todos los
all the
asistentes por
attendees
compartir
for
estas
sharing
horas de
these
aprendizaje con
learning
nosotros.
hours.
Y
And
por favor,
please,
otra vez
again,
más, disculpad
sorry
los
for
problemas
the
técnicos que hemos
technical
tenido, sobre
issues,
todo al principio.
especially
Creo que
at
se
the
han ido
beginning. I
solucionando
believe
con
they were
el paso de la
solved
primera hora,
after
pero reconozco que ha
the first
sido
hour.
muy
But
difícil
I know it
escuchar,
was
sobre todo
very
en la
tough
traducción en
to
inglés. Nos consta.
understand the English
Intentaremos solventar
translation,
este
so
error
we
para la
try to
grabación cuando
solve
se suba
this.
a
So
la
whenever
plataforma.
it's uploaded,
Y bueno,
the problems, technical problems, the
gracias a
interpretation
todos los
problems
que habéis
were
participado del chat. Ha sido muy
fixed.
movido. Espero haber dado
Thank you,
contestación a
and I
todos. Creo
hope I
que
answer all the
entre
questions.
Vanessa, todo el
Vanessa,
equipo
all
de
the
ponentes
speakers,
y
team,
todas
all
estas
these
personas que están
people
detrás y que no se les
behind
ve
us,
detrás de la pantalla, la
behind the screen,
realización,
the realization,
intérpretes de
interpreters,
idioma y de
language and
signos,
sign
pues bueno,
interpreters.
muchas gracias
Thank
a
you, all
todos.
of you.
Un
It was a
placer. Continuamos
pleasure
con el proyecto.
for
Os he
me,
dejado un
and I
enlace a
left
la
the
página
link
del
for
proyecto
the
en el
project
chat
in
y
the
hasta
chat.
siempre,
So
hasta otra ocasión en que
see
nos
you
podamos
again.
ver. Un abrazo
Big
muy fuerte
hug
para
for
todos.
everybody. Thank you.